Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning, and welcome you all. Now that we are all placed, we are going to start this event. We will have the inaugural speech by Sara Sierra, our Secretary General. She's really glad to see that all the regions are represented here. All the documentalists, librarians, and archivists are gathered here, and those who are gathering online are going to receive this welcoming speech by Sarah. So I give her the floor. Good morning, Peppa, our director. She has been really the soul that has been preparing this event, and obviously, with great affection, we welcome you all. This is the chamber, the house that represents regions. That is why this is really meaningful. It's a welcome for us to host representatives from the different regions through the Parlamenta network. This network embodies collaboration, and the documentation direction by the Senate has considered as essential to share resources, exchange experiences, and support documental work done by regional parliaments. This has always been the goal, and we have been giving special attention, especially by our departments. This first parliamentary documentary symposium will focus on artificial intelligence, and the main goal is to address from a practical and applied perspective professional use of these technologies in managing knowledge in Parliament, paying attention to the specific goals of archives, libraries, and documentation departments. So the idea is to exchange ideas, experiences, avant-garde experiences, or successful cases developed by Parliament, and to think about technology and practice from a realistic point of view these professional domains have to face. One of the most important element of this initiative has been the explicit interest manifested by professionals that serve regional legislatures. And in different professional fora, people have been expressing their will to have this kind of symposiums here. The idea is to have a qualified guideline based on practicalities in order to answer the main challenges and questions of an ethical, efficient use of artificial intelligence for their day-to-day work. In a context of deep technological and organizational change, this symposium will allow the Senate to play a very important role to become a reference point in order to collaborate and analyze solutions, to exchange good practices, and to have a shared reflection on the immediate future of documental professions. Artificial intelligence applied to Parliament is a strategic key to optimize legislative tasks and to improve efficiency in managing knowledge, of course, being always supervised by humans. We believe this symposium will be very beneficial to everybody because we are going to share knowledge and to optimize resources. We have, and I would like to thank the speakers, we have speakers with a recognized prestige like Mr. Fotios Fitsilis, who was the advisor of the president of the Greek Parliament, and he is currently professor of artificial intelligence and parliamentary governance at Austral University in Buenos Aires. They are pioneers in information technology, and this made him to be an international reference. Martin Reid, Secretary of Imprepar, and he belongs to the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. Mr. José Luis Bueren Gómez Acebo, who is the Technical Director of the National Library of Spain. Pablo García Mixia, Counsel of the Parliament, and he is specialized in applied law used in information society. And he is a professor at the Universidad Autónoma of Madrid, and he will join online Mr. Manuel Pereira, who is the IT manager and communication manager at the Senate, Josefa Fuentes, Pepa for friends, Director of Documentation of the Senate, Chair of IFLAPAR between 2022 and 2024, and a member of the Working Group on Artificial Intelligence and Innovation in different parliamentary libraries. We also have the presence of members of Parlamenta Network, which is a network created within CoPrepa, and Ángela Pérez Sampirio and Sandra Rodríguez Bermejo, heads of the Department of Archives of the Senate and the Congress of the Nation. Let me share with you something really new. The House has approved the guidelines for the use of artificial intelligence at the Senate, in the exercise of the administrative autonomy of this House, in line with the European Directive on AI and the Spanish data protection law that is enforced. These pioneer norms reinforce administrative transparency, and they warn and say that parliaments should not use artificial intelligence services whose models have been trained with protected data without due authorization in order to protect privacy and to prevent institutional risks. These guidelines have been really welcomed by the European Union as well. And we are pioneers in the European Union because these are the first guidelines that not always are going to be applied for the staff of the House, but also the MPs and also those working for them. Without further ado, and I would like to congratulate, first of all, one of the most important creators of the guidelines, Mr. Manuel Pereira, Manager of IT and Communications here, and I would like to thank Pablo García Mixia. As I said before, he's going to take the floor virtually because he had other symposium very similar to this one, and he had to attend that symposium because he was the coordinator. So Pepa is going to elaborate on that later on. So without further ado, and hoping that this symposium is going to be fruitful, and I would like to wish you a good stay in Madrid and a good experience here, I declare inaugurated this parliamentary session on AI. Thank you very much.
Estimada Sara.
Dear Sara, Chief Counsel of the Senate, dear Fotios, dear colleagues, today is a special day, and I'm deeply honored to share with my colleagues from the different regions in Spain. Those who are present in this room and those who were not able to attend in person, I would like to thank them all because they are present virtually, and thanks to technology, the distance that we might feel with them allowed them to be as close to us as possible. Since the onset, when I started working in the documentation department, and then when I was appointed chair of IFLAPAR, most of you know that I've always been wanting to collaborate, especially the things that unite us, managing knowledge. I represent a territorial parliament, not always things depended on our will, but today we are here to share experiences on artificial intelligence, and we are accompanied by important professionals on parliamentary management, and I would like to thank them for their presence. I would like to thank you all for attending this first artificial intelligence symposium of the Senate and the Regional Senate. I am fully aware of the effort made by all of you to be here today at your house. Before starting my presentation, I would like to deeply thank from the bottom of my heart. I'm really proud of thanking uh, our Secretary General on behalf of all the archivists because she made this symposium possible. We all know that oftentimes our wishes, our concerns don't move forward as we want. Houses of parliament have priorities, and sometimes we need to wait. Or we might be self-critics. So sometimes we are not able to express clearly how important our role is for democracy. However, we need to be patient. We need to show on a daily basis what we do, how we do things, and make things visible when we have the opportunities to do that. Criticism is never the argument. The argument we might use is the job we do. So this is a great opportunity for us. So thank you, Sarah, for making this symposium possible. Thank you, Paloma, the Deputy Secretary, for supporting this idea from the very beginning. And thank you for bearing with me. Thank you, Maribel, the Deputy Secretary of Administrative Issues, for supporting this event and for accompanying us. And I would like to thank also those of you who accompany, who are always backing our job. Artificial intelligence will help us in many regards. It will never replace us for some other things, but it will never feel the affection we feel. I don't know if this is a good starting point, asking artificial intelligence to be affectionate, but I am fully convinced that collaborative projects and brilliant ideas will rise from this. In some years, everything that is going to be said here is going to be obsolete because technology is moving forward swiftly. But we at least will have set the foundations for all of this to happen. So thank you for being here and enjoy this symposium.
A continuación,
now, we have now the honor to have with us for the keynote speech of Fotios Fitsilis from the Greek Parliament, and he's going to share with us some ideas.
Field of artificial intelligence in parliaments. Since 2009, he has served the scientific service in the Hellenic Parliament in Athens, driving innovation toward data-driven parliamentary institutions. In 2017, he co-founded the Hellenic OCR team, a scientific and crowdsourcing initiative dedicated to the processing and analysis of parliamentary data. He is the author of several books and academic publications and co-edited the first global AI guidelines for parliaments in 2024. A frequent speaker at international forums, he is professor of AI and parliamentary governance at Universidad Austral in Buenos Aires. Please, Professor Fitsilis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Director Fuentes, Secretary General, Director Generals, dear friends and colleagues, present here, but also online, if I understand correctly. And I would like to particularly greet my colleagues from IFLAPAL attending this event. It is a profound honor, and thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you even more for finding the time. I know most of you are very busy individuals and professionals, and this fact that you leave your jobs, your daily tasks to come to attend an event on the general topic of AI already means something. It means that there's something in there, something in this group of technologies, methodologies, and practices that we call AI. So AI is not one thing. We know that much already. So the fact that you're here means that you deeply understand, or maybe already know, that this group of technologies and methods and practices might very well form or reform the way we have been doing parliamentary business for many decades or even centuries. So if this is really the case, then this is serious business, and we have to deal with that in a very cautious way. And I would like to congratulate you, because it is no small thing that the Senate has undergone this, maybe I should call it exercise, to draft the guidelines for approaching and integrating artificial intelligence in the business of Parliament. So this is no small thing, by no means. And I already talked with some of your officials, particularly the director for IT, and I stand at your disposal to discuss this further, because in my humble understanding, this is the beginning of the road. And by no means its end. The real issues, the real involvement into the matters of AI in Parliament starts now. And I don't think that it will become easier in the future. It will probably become more complex, but the start has been, the cornerstone has been laid, the start has been done, and I think that you have now the tools and the expertise and the networks to support you further in this endeavor. And I would like to start my presentation with this remark. This very presentation does not intend to be a general one. I would love to, I honestly say so, I would love to talk a little bit more general about the topics. But kindly note that this kind of technologies, artificial intelligence, are applied horizontally to all society, business, governance, and any activity, human activity. Hence, of course, we can talk generally and to approach this from a higher level, higher perspective. This might be very important, of course, too. But since we're here in the Parliament, since we're here in an event about parliamentary libraries, research services, and the knowledge that is engaged and produced through these services, the presentation today is more focused on these aspects. Nonetheless, I will talk about where we stand now in artificial intelligence globally. I will try to approach this. It's not easy, but we will try to do so. I will try to explain what is the state of play in the EU. So how does the European Commission perceive the issues threats and opportunities around artificial intelligence. And then, not least, I will try to tackle a few things, very important though, around the training of parliamentary professionals on these issues around AI. So if we really have little, so kindly try to follow my line of thought. So if we parliaments have little clues how to move on, how would we know how to train our people? So this is a valid remark, I say. So it's a little bit problematic, to say the least, that parliaments design training courses and programs about artificial intelligence that they know little about. So that's an oxymoron. That's a problematic situation. Hence, something else needs to be done, and I will try to explain how this could be tackled. Of course, there are no one-size-fits-all here solutions, right? So what might be fitting for the Senate might not be interesting, let's say, for the Assemblée Nationale, or the Greek Parliament, or the Parliament on the other side of the world. Of course. So of course, there are clusters of parliaments, so Westminster, the Francophonie, so the Spanish-speaking parliaments, the Portuguese-speaking parliaments, so they have similarities and differences. So the approaches need to be very, very customized, so tailor-made. So can I move on through the slides? Okay, thank you very much. So that's kindly understand. Of course, there is a presentation behind this, but I would like to speak, with your permission, of course, more freely. So I don't want you to stick to the monitor. I will let a little bit there is a general flow, but I will try to be more intuitive on how parliaments would like to approach these things rather than follow a predetermined structure in the presentation. So let's talk about where we stand now. There has been an evolution, without any doubt, in this kind of technologies that we call artificial intelligence, which by the way, this is not new. Even if you start a little bit digging, you will find that the inception of what these kind of technologies could do and how they would look like maybe is already 50, 60 years old. So it's not that new. So the term is already from the 50s, if I recall correctly. But there have been, in the last couple of decades, some notable evolutions that brought us where we stand now. And these evolutions are mainly on three distinct dimensions. The first one is the technological dimension. So processing power became abundant. So we have this GPUs now and the TPUs. I don't want to elaborate that they can crunch voluminous data, a lot of data at the same instantaneously, thus making possible the outcome of the tools that we see and we experience and we use daily maybe. Then, so first is technology, it's there. Then it's data. So in the 80s there were no digital data, of course. Data were books, so textual data. So they started becoming, with the emergence of the internet, they started becoming abundant, and then social media, then cameras everywhere. So you have multimodal data, not only text. You have sound and video, and that's a lot of data. So data was there. It was not there 20 years ago. Technology, data, and what's missing? algorithms. That's the third dimension. And this third dimension that practically enabled this boom that we are seeing today, this emerged in 2017. It was a Google paper, Attention is All You Need, famously, where a certain algorithmic structure, the transformer architecture, has been presented. And since then, and without, of course, there are many, many details that can be discussed. From there, an explosion started, not only in the scientific sense, so that people start researching that, but also in the private sector, people started understanding that this is a huge opportunity to make a lot of money. Since everything now can be, we used to say, I mean, when some of you studied physics, everything, all mass is energy. Now everything is data. Everything we see here can be captured and represented in the digital realm as data. So if this is true and can be done through sensors, actuators, through cameras, anything, then there are systems behind that can be used in order to process this data and produce something, some outcome. What this is different from organization to organization, and for parliaments, it's very specific outcomes that we can have by processing parliamentary data. And only since 2022, where this product famously became available widely, this explosion has been realized by every one of us. And not only every one of us, but also by institutions. And since a few years, probably a few months after the ChatGPT, the 3.0 became available, institutions started to realize that something is going on here. This is, again, not a small thing. Our institutions that we work in are notoriously slow when it comes to innovation. It does not apply to any institution, but in the IPU there are 183 parliaments, if I'm not mistaken, members at least, member parliaments, and most of them are very traditionally organized. There's a reason for this. And kindly think a little bit about the opposite stance when you have on the one side traditional organizations like parliaments, and on the other side, on the other hand, disruptive technologies like AI. So you have disruptive technologies and you want to combine them with traditional structures. What would you think it would happen? This would be a mess. It would be a mess if not handled properly. And again, the first step of the production of guidelines is not at all a small step. It is a step towards responsibly dealing with these new technologies. So you have laid the cornerstone, as said, and now we can move on towards the next steps. You might recall, just a year ago, it's not like, it's usually when we think about what happened in the past, we think in historical terms, 10 years ago, 20, 50 years or more. In this kind of business now, we need to think in months or a few years. So just a year ago, President Trump of the US announced the Stargate project with a mobilization of $500 billion for building or for achieving AI supremacy, so that the that the AI, the American AI, would be the best in the world and would surpass anything else that is there. $500 billion, that's a lot of money. Whether by chance or not, probably not, the EU, only a few days after that, announced its own initiative, which is called Invest AI, mobilizing 200 billion euros. These are amazing amounts of money. So you might ask me directly, so where this money goes to, or don't ask me where it comes from, I don't know. But we have a clue where it goes, and this is important. So I will leave China a little bit outside this game. It's a multipolar world, so I understand the complexities, but it's easier to think in dipoles. It's not anymore the case, but for our discussion it might be better to think a little bit bipolar. So where does it, what for? $200 billion, thank you very much. For what? Okay, let's stick here. The main, of course there are several things that you can do with this money, but the main thing this money already started is the expansion of the already existent European high-performance computing infrastructure. So the data centers that existed already for decades, right? It's not a data center, it's not a new structure, but these data centers would be expanded and new would be built, a lot of new structures, in every single European country, and probably in more than one in every single European country. Currently, as we speak, the actual number of, they call these new structures AI factories. So it's a marketing term for a huge data center, right? There are two, by the way, in Spain. It's one in Barcelona, that's the old one, and I think they are building a new now in Santiago de Compostela, right? That's extraordinary. So if you have these, and there's one in Greece, there are two in Germany, I think there are two in France, and so on, 19 overall. Some already there, some in the making, which is not that easy, but let's say we are going to build 19 and probably many more. All right. Now we have data centers. Now what? So as said, let me get back to the previous point. So you need three things to have AI. Data centers is one. So where are the other two? We need data and algorithms. Let me get to that and the relation to parliaments. So parliaments are there and they have data, parliamentary data, and we have a lot of data. We have historical data, probably with the limitation that they are not fully digitized. And probably for many parliaments this is unfortunately the case. Even if they are digitized, digitization is not of good quality. The extraction of textual data and metadata is not complete or is not in a structured format. And what we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, in the few years that we deal with, at least with generative AI, so now kindly allow me a remark. Generative AI is only one stone or one technology of AI. There are multiple technologies, and depending on what you want to do, you might want to invest in a specific and distinct technology. So it's not like, okay, generative AI for all. Probably it's not the correct approach for reasons I will elaborate further later. So, you need parliamentary data because we need parliamentary AI. There's no... I think it will not be... It's not logical to aspire having AI systems, and there are no sufficient parliamentary data to support the training. I'm not saying you will only use data from Parliament for training. It's not big data, it's not enough. But you need it in any case so that systems understand context, that they can respond adequately to queries and provide the right answers. So this has to rely on your data. And what we have learned is that what matters a lot, not most, a lot, is not only the volume of data, is the quality of data. This is very important. So if that's a direct recommendation. If you have you probably have ongoing works on parliamentary data digitization, then you have to probably think a little bit harder how to make them AI ready. That's easier said than done. We have just concluded a project, huge project in the Hellenic Parliament, digitizing all material from 1844 to date. Still, it's not perfect because we designed this project several years ago. We had no clue about AI back then. And now we have all the digitized material, we have beautiful websites with all repositories, so you can check it out, it's public information. But unfortunately, it's not AI ready, you can use it of course, but it would help a lot if it would be better structured so that the systems understand the nuances in legislative meanings and understand the context better. So much we know. And what is missing? So we said already two elements or two dimensions. Data, systems. What's missing? Algorithms. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that's a very interesting point we have here. Algorithms. The current issue around algorithms is that the most advanced ones are non-European. And since I am in the Spanish Senate, it is not trained with Spanish material. So they are multilingual algorithms, so they understand, of course, probably 98+% in English, some other languages as well. But are they sufficient to be introduced and support a parliament, specifically the Spanish Senate? We know language reflects the beliefs, religious, philosophical, societal, of the societies. So you are going to actually use models that have been trained differently than yours, and do you really aspire to utilize the outputs or the outcomes of these models building your future Spanish society? That's critical at best. That's quite critical. Hence, AI factories. So this is not something this is not new. The European Commission knows this. Scientists know this for a long time. So when we build AI factories, one of the important steps that needs to be done is to create or expand existing local models. You need Spanish models as much as Greece needs Greek models, and Slovenia Slovenic models, and so on. It is not a matter of, let's say, it's a tiny detail. It's a matter of having institutional and country digital sovereignty. It's a sovereignty exercise, and it needs to be taken as serious as an arms race, because it is going to preserve or change the future of lawmaking, of parliamentary oversight, and so on. So these three things for every parliament need to be studied and combined in sufficient detail before taking any step further. And here, let me get into an interesting issue. Supposedly, we have all these elements, right? We have data, we have the Spanish model, and we have, there's already there, we have data centers nationally that can support us. What's the next step? So the next step would be to design the applications for Parliament. And here another problem or a series of problems starts. Which applications? So from all parliaments have countless. If you take the rules of procedure, these are processes, hundreds of processes, even thousands of processes. We ran an experiment, a colleague of mine, maybe 15 years ago. He went through the books of the rules of procedure and counted the processes. 1, 2, 3, 4. He came up with 900 something. So if you go dig in further and go to a specific office and you get to all the employees in the office, they have sub-processes. So actually it's thousands or tens of thousands, no idea. And every parliament has different. So you have AI, thank you very much, good for you. To apply where? Which ones of these hundreds or thousands? So that's a very interesting point, because, so you might say, okay, we will prioritize. Okay, you will prioritize. Kindly take into account the following if you prioritize. And you will, obviously, you can't do everything at once. There has been an experiment, or no, actually it was not an experiment, an investigation just 6 months ago from a group at MIT. So they went not to parliaments, they went to the private sector. And they analyzed 300 applications of generative AI in the private sector, in companies. And they asked several things. By the way, this report is open. We can read it. It's very easily accessible. And they found out, so I will skip the details, they found out that from 300 applications of AI, only 5% created return on investment sufficient to be sustained. So only 5% were useful, in other terms. So, dear colleagues, imagine if you go to the private sector there, ask your friends that work out there. The boards are getting, crazy. We have to introduce AI. We have to do something. We will become irrelevant. So they throw everything, all that they have. They go all into building AI, systems, services, procedures, whatever. And only 5%, give or take, maybe it's 10%, maybe it's less, I don't know, are useful. Imagine, if you can reflect this, kindly think a little bit. Let's reflect on the parliaments. If this is also true for parliaments, and only 5% of our solutions are actually useful in the end, that's a problem. Wouldn't you say so? Yeah. If only 5% have a tangible outcome, that's a big problem. I don't think many of parliamentary officials will survive this. Go out there and say, okay, We did 100 systems, 95 were useless. You're out. You can't do that. And of course, private sector companies, they can go broke and, okay, next. You can't close the parliament and restart it. So obviously something else needs to be done. And here we have some indications. Because interestingly, the essence in this study lies not in the 95% that were useless. It lies in the study of the 5% that were producing results. So what were the elements or the attributes of these studies? And that was quite interesting. By the way, this is not nuclear science, so this is all understandable. So you need to apply AI to core process if you want it to have impact. There's no point placing it into some tiny procedure that has no real effect on the parliamentary process. That's logical. Then invest in data. That much we know. So, okay, you're applying AI there. So where is the data that will support the process? Remember, AI, regardless what kind of AI, generative or let's say, it's all a form of machine learning. It is trained on data. It relies on data. So if you don't have data, there's no point prioritizing something for a system where you don't have anything to train it on. This is nonsense. So keep this in mind. Then I understand that we need to keep this within us, so that we need to be sovereign. Of course we need to be sovereign. But kindly ask yourselves 3 questions. Do you have first the money, second the expertise, and then the capacity to perform all this? Many parliaments don't. So if this is the case, one needs to rely on the so-called trusted third parties. Maybe you need, not maybe, I mean there's no other way if you want AI. You need to partner with exactly these institutions. That's upon each parliament to decide which are they. Academia, maybe, private sector, or what was the third one?
Specializing person.
The AI factories. People tend to forget that we have 200 billion investment in sovereign AI, and parliaments won't take part in it. Isn't it crazy? You want sovereign AI and you forget about national infrastructure? I think that's a big mistake. So the first thing I tried to do when the Greek AI factory was announced is to try to link, to support the idea at least, that the parliament needs to be linked to the national infrastructure. We have no money to build our own data centers. The parliament? Okay, you can have some service in the basement for some dedicated task. You already have. But we're talking here about another level. I don't think it's viable and sustainable for parliaments to have dedicated data centers. You have to do the math. Maybe you can, but most parliaments don't. If they can't, I think the most important thing is to link yourselves or study the possibility of getting your AI either from Barcelona, okay, this is Madrid, okay, or from Santiago. And I'm very proud that my speaker announced months ago our link, the link of the Hellenic Parliament with our national AI factory. I would like you to recall that this is not enough. You need the parliamentary data, hence it was very handy that we have just concluded the digitization project. Otherwise, I mean, you can always sign an MOU. Okay, we're linked.
Yeah.
Bravo, picture. So you need parliamentary data to share, so that, and then you need, of course, the Spanish model. I am in contact with some colleagues. I will bring you, I mean, you need Spanish expertise. There is a lot of Spanish expertise. And it is, you are fortunate because Spanish belongs to the big languages. Greek is a small language. Small language in the sense of the volume of available data for training, not as a small historical or whatever. Well, I had a clash with some colleagues of this. I said, a small language, what small language? Greek is, so everybody's, yeah, okay. In the sense of training the models. And then, and I'm getting back to this slide, you have to be very careful. 5%. Which are the elements in your process you need to automate? Or better said, maybe automation is a more traditional term. With AI, we're talking about human enhancement support. So which are the elements in your processes where you need support? As I said, there are hundreds or thousands. You need to be very specific how to do this, how to... So we have been doing this part. Let me, by the way, go to the actual topic of this. How much time do we have? Enough, plenty. So I hope you have not made plans for tonight. So, so knowledge production. One of, I mean, always in my humble opinion, one of the areas where these kind of systems will be very useful is, of course, in information and knowledge production. After all, everything, I mean, this is the old chamber, I understand. So after all, the senators in the Senate and the deputies in the Chamber of Deputies, they rely on information to formulate and conduct political debates, right? So it makes sense that this information, I mean, this is not new, of course, this is standard, is timely, so not next day, timely, accurate, factual, evidence-based, and so on. And parliaments have long worked on that, and they have built structures like libraries and research services. That's there. So when all this revolution started, evolution or revolution will be historically debated. So in my service, I sat down with some people and we said, okay, is this affecting us somehow? So the Hellenic Parliament's Research Service, established, I think, 87, operates since 1989, almost 40 years old, 35. So is this affecting us somehow? Yes, I don't know, maybe, perhaps. So we are scientists. Don't we need to know? And this basic question started in investigations that I shared with Josefa a couple of days ago. And thank you very much for responding. Triggered an investigation about knowledge production in parliaments. I mean, how traditionally, when you need some information, whether you are an MP or an MP aide, or you're a researcher, or any of you, would go to the library physically, or some parliaments have dedicated research services. You can place a question and you get the output in different formats and complexities. So all this is there. So the question was, how can, or how will, maybe not, maybe yes, how will artificial intelligence change knowledge production? And for this we started, and by the way, I would like to underline that we started an investigation. Probably this has to be nationalized as well. Probably every library and every research service needs to do the same for the national context. So I have no clue how you operate here. I have no clue how the EPRS in Brussels operates. Okay, some indications, but it's not my service and it's not my job to find it out. So we need to study again the information channels. And by the way, if you are getting information through ChatGPT, you have, or any other, I don't want to advertise Gemini or DeepSeek, the Chinese. I don't want to place here any geopolitical card. So every parliament is sovereign to decide what it wants. If you want a Chinese model, be my guest, no problem. But you need to understand how these models work. And these models are this generative AI. The standard model is called GPT, generative pre-trained transformer. Transformer is the algorithm or the generation of the algorithms. Generative because it generates content, one word after the other, in the textual mode. And then it's pre-trained. Pre-trained, meaning that somebody has trained it with something. So you don't know who's this somebody, what is this material, what it does. So, and it relies on a foreign server somewhere on the planet that you have no access on. It's a black box, very opaque system. And by the way, you don't know who's watching. It is very well probable that you are structuring, and I'm just quoting here an example, that some MP of yours or some senator is working on a report or in a law or on a case and interacts with this model. Long before this is expressed in the chamber, it is possible somebody else already knows. So, hence, sovereign AI for parliaments is very important. You don't want that somebody else is listening, or worse, with such levels of complexity, you might be guided slowly towards a direction you don't even want to go. And the legal, you all know about the legal details. The laws are so complex nowadays and so many, and the outcome of very complex distributed processes. So you have an outcome that was co-developed by a third party, an adversary. I don't think that anybody wants this. Hence the necessity to apply sovereign approaches to parliament. And as I said, you need for this, for the knowledge production, you need to know how this is captured, embodied and processed. And for this, exactly as you need some sort of a guideline, like the ones you have, you might need some framework. So essentially what I mean by that is that the guidelines are on a horizontal layer, and they need to be channeled and specialized or specified for specific offices. So the library needs a subset or a more specialized version of these guidelines. I read through them, they're very good. I have some questions because, of course, you have the ones that developed them had specific things in their minds. Of course, that's what this is all about. they probably have to be localized for every service that you think it's relevant. Maybe the library is one of them, maybe not. You have to decide upon this. And then, by the way, and to conclude the circle, right, you need to evaluate. So we have AI in knowledge production in general. So is it useful? Let me ask a rhetorical question. What would you say? What would it be your first take? How many reports are out there evaluating parliamentary AI? Okay, it's not too many years out there. But how many reports do you know that it's out there? Do you have is it 1, 10, 100? What would you say? Well, it's none. So the first parliamentary systems are already, with AI, are already, I would say, 6, 7 years old. That's give or take, that's the range. And the IPU, the latest IPU report, counted 65 use cases. In reality, it should be more than 100, because not every parliament participated in this survey, okay? But no one produced any type of research that's okay, public research on the outcome or the results of applying AI. And as far as I know from my colleagues globally, nobody asked the same question internally. So you're investing, we are having here this kind of meetings. We are investing billions and we're not evaluating? That's crazy. What is this? And this previous, so I'm sorry, I will go a bit earlier. So this 5%, this is an evaluation. Somebody went there and evaluated what's the outcome. Okay, in private companies, what counts as money, so the return on investment. I give you that, it's a single index, okay, but very defining for the private sector. We need to define our own KPIs, our own indexes. So how do we count? We are not relying only on, or we're not relying on profit in parliaments. So we need to specify exactly and count. So we're investing billions. You are investing, the officials and my colleagues here, you will invest countless hours and energy into this without knowing and planning for a specific outcome. What is this? That's not the proper approach, to say very carefully. So there has to be a very well planned strategy and integration, AI integration circle that has to be applied in any given parliament. And I will end by saying the following. You are applying AI. I think this is, not only myself, of course, and you believe this too. This is why we're doing all this. We're investing billions. We're building sovereign national infrastructure. We're probably linking our parliaments to this. We are planning for processes that are supported by AI. And we're not ready to measure that, the outcome of these activities. So we need to do this, and we need to do this in a structured way. My team has developed a certain framework. It's called the AI, the 5-step integration framework. I will try to find it here somewhere. Okay, maybe somewhere hidden in there, and I will end with that. So you need strategy. By the way, guidelines is a form of strategy, but strategy is a little bit more than this. Strategy means distinct steps, And usually strategies are accompanied by some sort of an operational program. So I'm going to do this, then, and it's going to cost with these people, and it's going to cost so much. So all this needs to be there. Then you need prioritization, as said. An external, a third party cannot do the prioritization for a parliament. The parliament needs to decide what is important for the parliament, and not any other third party. Meaning, I'm being asked by colleagues, by MPs as well, so what should we do? Where should we start with? So what should I know? That's an exercise a parliament should make. And going to the use case catalog of the IPU, so 65, you can Google that, you will find this, 65. I mean, why taking any of these? They have been taken and pursued locally for specific reasons. I don't think that these reasons can be transferred anywhere. So some sort of prioritization scheme needs to be there. We have developed also prioritization schemes. We have run it in the Hellenic Parliament as well in 2021. So we have a clue what we would like to have. So, and in the end, it's a political process, of course. But we have an idea what we would like to have. Then it's implementation, so good luck with that. As I said, implementation for me at least makes little sense to start building infrastructure locally. That's not the entire truth. You can, of course, have locally models on premises, confined, meaning they're not interacting with someone outside. But you need to understand that they will never be that strong as the ones that are residing on a huge national data center. It's as simple as that. That's pure math. So it's a few servers in the basement is not that the same as having a huge data center to be linked with. And then the most important thing, the governance of AI. So who's going to drive all this? Are you going to take the responsibility for this? So anybody of you, my understanding, and kindly see it as a personal opinion, is that parliaments are political institutions, and these are very complex processes that can only be decided at the political level. I don't think we have any that administrators, even secretary generals, can have the political legitimacy to take these kind of complex decisions. They are not administrative. The secretary generals usually do the administrative stuff. They are defining institutional decisions. So you're changing your parliament or you're driving change. Probably there has to be some sort of political level decision. So I understand the problematics linked together with establishing a new body. So MPs will say, not another body, we have too many. And they are correct. Maybe you don't need another body. Maybe you need just to refurbish or expand an existing one. So there are many, many political directions that you can take. But in any case, my basic understanding currently is that this has to be driven by political instances and political rationale. Because it entails, as said, geostrategic issues, sovereignty issues. So who's going to take this decision? Only politicians can take these decisions. And to conclude, so this is the five-step approach in general. It's not rocket science. It's a structured process that makes sense, at least for most of parliaments. And I would like to conclude with a very interesting, with some remarks regarding the sustainability of the whole system utilizing AI, of the parliamentary system utilizing AI. Parliaments, yes, are institutions, are the buildings around that, but parliaments are processes, of course, but parliaments are also their people. Parliaments are nothing without their people. So, if we are talking business about AI, we somehow need to think about how to train our people. This is, of course, very, very deductive logic, but how? So we're not lost in this discussion. The European Commission, and not only the Commission, and the OECD, have long thought about the digital literacy idea and schemes, and the skills that are related to this transition towards AI literacy. So they have built frameworks. These are quite easy to find, and they have built also processes that you can find under the terms upskilling or reskilling, where institutional personnel at all levels, an institution is not a horizontal organization, it's a hierarchical organization, Weber-type organization with hierarchies. So you have your administrative personnel, you have your functional specialists, and you have the leadership on top of that. Do you think that all these people should be trained the same way? Probably not. So you need different trainings. You need different trainings for different tires. You need different training for the leadership. It has to be more strategic. You need different training for the specialists, so let's say the experienced middle-level personnel. This needs to be more focused on what they do, because you have a legal expert on that, an IT expert on this, you have some political science on the other thing. So these need to be trained in functional issues. And then you have let's say the horizontal layer. It might include everyone. You need basic AI literacy for everyone. So in analogy, it doesn't work perfectly, but you can think of, imagine 40 years ago, and we started putting computers in offices. So the analogy would be, okay, people, you need to start using the computer, knowing how to type, or turning it on and use a program, use Microsoft Word or something to type. So you need this now for AI. And all these skills need to be specific, developed for parliaments. I don't think it is very useful for you to be trained on skills that are necessary maybe for the private sector. So the public sector, and specifically the parliaments, have certain roles that need to fulfill. So and by definition, the skills that you need to work in here are different than some private sector expert. I think that goes without saying. But we're not lost, that said. And this is the actual reason I'm here in Spain right now. There's a very big project. I have the honor to participate, which is called AI for Gov. Okay, rings a bell. -X, accelerate. So this is the second part of a previously established program. And it has exactly the role to define the future training for public sector professionals. So my suggestion, my humble suggestion would be to get in touch with these people, to discuss with them, and see whether there is common ground to apply the previously said frameworks, European, OECD, in a meaningful way in the parliamentary workspace. I don't think that we have to reinvent the wheel. Nobody has so much time and energy to spend to start from scratch in these kind of complex matters, you rely to, that's at least the current state of understanding, you have to rely on trusted third parties, and European infrastructure needs to be prioritized. These are my premises. As said, these are things that changed very much. I'm not sure if I come here in a couple of years and I will talk again, probably, if everything will apply the same, because it's a very fluid system and technology changes very fast. But I would like to end with that. I would like you to know that you are not alone. I am always, and I will be always at your disposal, as much as my colleagues at the IFLAPAL, to support you, to help you, and help each other develop the next generation of parliaments that will be even more relevant for societies than the ones today. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much.
For this, thank you very much. I was sure you were coming here to give us news, fresh news, and this superb didactic talk to us that is so necessary in times of uncertainty with this new technology which is disrupting in every facet of our lives and specialities, and in Parliament so important. So thank you very much for being with us. And well, we must go on, and the next opponent is not here physically. Es well, al letrado de las Cortes Generales, y estamos todos contentos de.
And the next speaker is a council of this parliament, and we recorded an interview with him so that we didn't miss the legal point of view of this council of the parliament. He's a member of different commissions of the Senate, and he's director of digital law. He's coordinator of the strategic center, syntagma.org, and he's a co-director of a post-degree course on data, University Autonomous of Madrid, and he's been visiting professor of College of William and Mary and visiting professor of Harvard University, and is alumni of Canterbury University. So let's take a look at this interview I pre-recorded with him. So it will take approximately half an hour, and he will be talking about very interesting things of the recently approved guidelines for the application of AI at the Senate. And like this keynote speech, hopefully this pre-recorded interview is going to be as interesting as the keynote speech. So this is a dialogue, this is a sort of an interview. This was pre-recorded so that you could accompany us in this event. Thank you, Pablo. It's an honor and a pleasure. So he's counsel of the Parliament, and he provides services to the Senate in everything that is related to digital issues and everything that is related to AI. His publications, his surveys, his research make this to be legally alive. And this is the approach for this dialogue. What is going on with the legal aspect of artificial intelligence? Because at the end of the day, AI is among us. In any searching engine in the computer incorporates replies using AI. We talk to our cell phones, to our cars, so artificial intelligence is here. So why do we have to use AI in the Senate? To what end? Well, Pepa, I never conducted this exercise. Might be interesting if we managed to talk with parliamentarians and administrators. And if we asked the same 120 or 150 years ago, parliamentarians had to deal with the emergence of light, artificial light. They had to use electricity to see better and faster. Then we had computers, then we had the internet. I think these are the three main milestones of the 20th century or the late 19th century in regards to technology. And now we have AI. Economists and technologists in general say that this is widespread with a general purpose, as the European AI Act says, or directive says. And the AI is conditioning all aspects of our lives and all fields, political, personal, social. This is very important. Personal one is very important. So parliaments cannot be set aside such an important challenge, especially, and of course we can talk about, and we need to talk about risks, and we will be dealing with the risks here, I'm sure, but this kind of technologies are useful to move forward and to make progress decisively. And the fact that these technologies are useful for many things, on the one hand, but also to promote rights. They might be useful for parliaments to promote freedoms, to promote democracy, and to make us be better and more represented by our MPs and senators. And therefore, how can a parliament think about not making progress in this regard, not using this technology, and I would dare to say, in the most intense way possible? So technologies will be more happy than legal experts, I'm sure about that, but I think this is very important.
Well, don't you think not only technologies? Very often I think, and I question, something difficult to achieve is that analysis of the society and the effect that laws approved by these courts in our society. What are the consequences they have? How a law evolves that seems to be frozen after being approved, and then society has to undertake it and see if it's beneficial or not. So an analysis of those effects of laws would be much more possible and feasible with AI. So it's about to see. I mean, I do agree. I agree. Yes, and undoubtedly. And let me say, and I apologize before you and all the listeners and the attendees to this first Congress on this topic held at the Senate. It's also for your profession, specifically. You're an archivist, librarian, documentarist, so you have huge possibilities, and you've mentioned a field where we're really working hard, which is the assessment of norms and laws, and the possibilities are huge. Yes, I'm convinced, and out of the consequences in our work, in our professions, this session, this day is going to be covering everything. But let's continue with the legal aspect that you're an expert of. We've always thought about a new technology and the good use of the technology. Is it correctly used, dangers of the intensive use of AI, the institutional prestige of the court, can it suffer? So that misuse, is it foreseen? How can we prevent the misuse and promote a better use of such an advanced technology? I knew I was going to talk about risks, and here it is. It's true. The prognoses have become true. Yes, risks are crucial. It is something we cannot forget. And let me to take a further step apart from my profession and yours, and let me go to more technological dimensions and social dimensions, or social political dimensions, because we're going to be talking about has got a projection also in that sphere. We're talking about machines or systems, however we call them. Technologists want to talk about machines, and it's a term I like because especially when we talk about AI, either incarnated or not, in robots, humanoids or not. But the first risk that they underline is the so-called hallucinations. But I'm going to use the knowledge of an expert in this topic who's a professor of computation of the University of Barcelona that have taught me a great deal. He doesn't like to talk about hallucinations. He talks about inventions. They don't have a mental focus of reality because they have no mind, so they don't go into the psychological concept of a hallucination. They just invent. These machines invent, and I love his sentence because it's really true. They just make a do. They're so clever or so silly, depending on how you see it, that it seems that oftentimes the responses they give are true, but we've all lived that they're not true. Let me tell you an anecdote. These machines are not capable of understanding oftentimes common sense things that even kids of 2 or 3 years old could understand. On an occasion, the president of the U.S., Obama, was visiting a center where there was a wait, and someone went to this, wanted to go to know his weight, and the president stepped on the waiting platform, and instead of weighing 80 kilos, he was weighing 300, and he didn't understand. But there are many other efforts that take us to my profession or your profession, because if we use this, we will be aware of the fact that we can have problems with privacy, our privacy or the privacy of people whose data are being introduced in systems that may end up who knows where in certain cases. Also, problems about biases or discrimination motivated by those biases in the systems that are unavoidable because they are made by people, and all people have got our biases. Mental biases, social biases, personal biases. So this is a very serious problem that has been detected since long, and that is being faced with by international texts and even by European regulation and even Spanish regulation. And if I had to, you're not making me, but if you forced me or urged me, I would say that another risk is the one of intellectual property in its broader sense. Copyright that may be conditioned to librarians because of the exorbitant trading of these machines with protected content or industrial property because, for example, they're introducing in the systems logos, brands, and designs that may be protected by copyright and that they will be suffering. Safety, cybersecurity, security, information security that may put in danger the privacy of data. So if a Senate hires a provider, he must do a follow-up. So these are serious elements, and environmentally speaking, they consume a lot of energy. The systems, all this wave of data centers that are those factories that is taking place, has to do with all that. Well, the good use, misuse, and other elements that you are talking about are there. They're a reality. And we talk about norms and regulation. We are under the rule of law, and law helps us to live in peace and in balance with all the advances of humankind. In the Western society, guidelines and laws are necessary. In the Parliament, we have taken that step. The Senate has thought about a few new first guidelines that will have to evolve, but in this first phase of use of AI, within the chamber, we must have the regulation, and we have taken the step to have internal guidelines to use AI in the Senate, and we're happy about that. So what are the consequences that we should foresee when not following these guidelines, and what's the meaning or a sense of having those internal guidelines? Well, Pepa, there is something I really like to highlight when thinking first of a parliament, a regional parliament, or the Congress or the Senate in this case. There are other parliaments in other countries in the world that already are taking steps in this sense. Let me mention the case of Austria, that has approved internal regulation only used for the parliamentary administration. Another parliament that already for a few years has been taken decisive steps from LATAM, which is the Brazilian parliament, with exhaustive regulation, very complete law and regulation, and really interesting regulation. This is the grounds for parliaments. And I like to highlight that when exercising the drafting of these guidelines, parliaments have their own autonomy. Well, this is clear, the administrative autonomy, it can be otherwise, but there are more and more within that dimension of the administrative autonomy, another dimension that probably has been less taken into account. And in this home we've worked even up to the doctrine, which is the technological autonomy of the chambers. There's a subsector of the administrative autonomy. I want to go into detail. But within that broader sense of the possibility that the chambers have to be self-regulated and self-managed, technology will have an absolute critical space. That's why it was important for us, for people of the technological department and some councils, to highlight this idea of the technological autonomy of the chambers that will settle and be successful. Clear example of the autonomy of the chambers combined with the self-regulation powers is to possibility to approve these kind of guidelines, norms, regulation, good practices, however you want to call them. That is exactly what the chamber has done, what the Senate has done, as you were saying, and the chamber aims at essentially first, fighting risks and preventing risks, being aware of the fact that there are risks that are very serious. We've mentioned them, and they are widely known, even by the general population. But also, and this is even more proper, original, or interesting from the Senate regulation, to try to incentivize as much and as better as possible, also within the law and within the Senate's guidelines, the use of these systems, promoting the technology advance, maybe not being too cautious or too centered on the risks that may be undertaken. This, if you will allow me, has been the main concern, the compass of the Senate when approving these norms and internal guidelines. The idea is also for them to be known by everyone working in the Senate. Politically speaking, because there's a contrast between the Austrian laws that are only to the parliamentary administration, but they must be known by the politicians and the administrative side in all the facets of the Senate. Anyone that is using systems of AI inside the Senate must be aware and trained about the guidelines, and that systems have to be used decisively without fear, but knowing that there are risks and that must be tackled and faced and prevented. And if these guidelines are not respected, maybe responsibilities may fall upon the user. So everyone using the systems must be aware. Yes, I think that reading the guidelines is good, and we must think within the organic structure of the service center. We must have a specialized unit on AI because that autonomy, technological autonomy, needs a great deal of specialization. The disruption of this AI in every institutional activity in the Parliament, the fact of having a specialized body on AI, technologically wise, but also in the other facets for risks, harms, we must be under that unit so that there are lower risks for the institution of the Senate. So, we continue with the interview. I would like to ask you, despite everything, internal guidelines may render the adoption of AI difficult. Can we face difficulties because we're too limited because of regulation or guidelines? Yes. That approach is really pertinent, Pepa. And it's also a concern that we have had when drafting the guidelines. Maybe it's a concern that was less common to other instances when thinking about the use of these systems in these organizations, both public and private. And this has to do with something I was talking about before. We're aware of the fact that there are risks, but we want to use technology. And we want to use technology not only to be more efficient, something I didn't say, and maybe that's an approach that we insist on, that of course increases our efficiency, our efficacy. We're going to work, well, I want to say work more. Well, I don't know. We're going to work more. I don't know, but better for sure if we are supported by supervising the systems and we accompany them, if we use them as a tool. But of course, in any case, we cannot not take this step. And this has concerned us. We didn't want that in the end we will be facing fussy norms, a long list of norms because they're complicated, becoming an obstacle. So we've also have faced the challenge of having guidelines, creating guidelines that will be rigorous but simple at the same time and even concise at the same time. So this is the objective we had in mind, and all of this with the aim of not covering someone, because this can happen. I mean, I don't know, there may be someone tempted to say, well, I've got the guidelines, I'm going to call them to harm and obstacle. No, that's not the idea. So we anticipate and say, well, please do not use these guidelines that are conceived to prevent risks and mitigate risks to establish obstacles. That's not the obstacle of the guidelines. It's to help to prevent risks and to help to promote democracy, rights, freedoms, and citizens. And efficacy also, efficiencies, well, we're going to be talking about today within our professions. How can we optimize those efforts that were done until now in an automated way, very manually, personally, with our intellect as professionals to do classifications, metadata, tags, etc., etc. So many things that configure our profession that possibly will facilitate AI in a short period of time. Maybe our role starts to be the one of supervising that everything that's done is correct, that the data set provided is what we're requesting for, is what we would have done with more time, but the result provided in shorter time is the adequate one. So we need to supervise that work done by an AI. And probably that will configure the next chapter in our activities. So, can I interrupt? Yes, that's what you're saying is really important. How? I mean, in the end, I'm going to be heretic here. I'm going to speak nonsense. This is not so direct, but it's going to stay, because this is recorded. Let's not be misled. This is already being used. It's being used probably in your parliaments. It's being used in our parliament. So, what are the guidelines forward to have a rational and responsible use of technology? How can we not use it when, as you were saying, these are huge possibilities to treat amendments, to have direct relations with the citizens, with intelligent bots that are supervised, adapted to the guidelines, to the legislations, in open wonderful possibilities. Let us not speak about your domain, but I know that you and other experts, and Manuel Pereira, who is our bigger expert in the Senate, we're going to talk about that. But I think it's important to highlight that too. Yes, of course. So, yes, we see, Pablo, that a key element in these guidelines is the treatment of sensitive information by AI. How do we solve this confidential information and this sensitive information? Well, I would say that together with privacy, this is the hottest topic. Politically speaking, maybe yes, because there's a political dimension in any parliament. We're talking about information that flows through a parliament and is treated in a parliament. but it's also got its legal aspect, legal responsibility, so it's decisive. Together with privacy, probably this is the biggest, and bias is the biggest obstacle. But what happens with the privacy and the bias of algorithms in the systems? They're highly regulated. And let me just say that logically, there's a review of our good practices or the guidelines, the ones that are already almost in the Senate, and they related to the norms in Spain regulating this matter. You know that privacy is data protection with a law from 2018 in Spain, which develops not fully but complements. And in the case of AI, we've got the regulation on AI approved in 2024, which is now going through difficult phases of digital omnibus, simplification, but this is being used in all the organizations. So, of course, these two norms are used by our guidelines in the Senate, and therefore, we always had, when drafting them, what we had in our minds was the peace of mind that this buffer was already there. Now we've got a regulation, we have no problem. But in the case of information, of sensitive information flowing through the parliaments, really, there is nothing specific when, on the contrary, when we use the systems, we have to decide. Well, you'll say there's nothing clear. Well, yes, it's official data, yes. Okay, and we've got the intellectual property legislation. But this places you in a very factual dimension. I've got a document. Do I put it in the system or not? That's the decision you'll have to take. And that's why we had to have a very specific guideline, but very clear and very simple, so that anyone in the chamber, when you may be tempted to include a document in the system, you will think about it twice. What do we refer to sensitive information? There's two kinds of documents. Some, the ones that have got information that are confidential for the parliament, so parliament confidentiality, and information that is under parliamentary reserve, slightly less intense, and also intellectual property. So copyright, industrial property, etc. So what happens with that information under parliamentary confidentiality? Can we include it in the system? And shall we go to the system so it can help us to know what are the parliamentary MPs that took place? No. In the case of parliamentary confidentiality, you cannot simply use the system in no case whatsoever. Not a public system, but also a private system, and a private system authorized by the Senate. You may have a private system that you pay for it, but you cannot include it if we're talking about parliamentary confidentiality. You may have your private system authorized by the Senate, but not even in that case can you use the system. What happens in the second case? Sensitive information, but of a lesser importance, which is reserved information. What happens with the minutes of a commission before being published? All the minutes are published, but what happens with the minute of a table of a commission before it's published, or the document and a group has sent that might be published or no, and may give way to other initiatives? This is reserved information, is not public, even it might be published. Can we introduce it in the system or not? Well, here we consider the yes, but. The first but, never in a public system, and only in a private system if it has been authorized by the Senate. Neither in a payment private system if it's not approved, but we don't keep it here. Another but is if it's strictly necessary. It must be strictly necessary, depending on your judgment, of course. which is the personal responsibility. You cannot just say, well, the system did it. No, no. No, you have your responsibility at all times when you use the system. So if you consider that it's really strictly necessary because it's going to save a great deal of time, or I don't know, then it's justified for the efficiency, efficacy, well, maybe you can think about it. But you cannot take your decision on your own. You have to consult to your superior. If your superior considers, in hierarchy, considers that, of course, this is strictly necessary, that the system that is going to be used has got the capacities, it can be used, even with the parliamentary reserve. All this is in the guidelines, in the developments that we have in the guidelines, and all that is in previous work in the archives of those document assessment commissions. So it's a final document, a working document. So if it's been published or no, it doesn't have a final format. So a great deal of work of archivists that are here present, that all this for them is going to be really interesting. Having these guidelines is a first fundamental step, of course. What are the other principles or guidelines that we have in the guidelines that have been approved and that are the hardcore? Are there other principles that cover these guidelines approved by the Senate? Bepa, there is one that we've already mentioned, but which is very important, so I don't care having to go over it. It's the human supervision. We're saying that this House wants to use the systems, is aware of the risks, but knows that rights can be promoted with the systems, not only increasing efficacy, but this House knows that we cannot substitute people. This House knows that people have to have the control of the operation that is being done with the tool, because AI is a tool. In no case whatsoever, because when we were talking about the existential risk of AI, I was thinking that, well, I'm thinking even about the recent Henry Kissinger, who wrote a whole book about this problem. He was aware that maybe humankind could be out of hand. Well, but it is related. There are many things. Until now, the automation had taken the place of humans, and now psychically is taking the place of humans. So we have to highlight that in no case whatsoever it's about machines doing whatever they want, taking their decisions, because not today, but the day after tomorrow, they might start doing it. Let's talk about the agency AI, with a series of inventions that can operate without our control. It's not about this. In any case, it's about retaining responsibility, but also retaining the possibility to supervise the systems. That's critical. And highly related with this principle is another one which is not so common that we wanted to introduce, was the principle of human autonomy. The fact that people cannot see themselves conditioned in their decision-taking by the machines used in the Senate. For us, it's really relevant to highlight this. And it's a principle that is not so highlighted. And some technologists say, and they start to write about this, because it's just, this is, I mean, very mathematical. But I've even reached the importance of the autonomy of people has to be respected by the system. Another principle we wanted to highlight was the openness and interoperability. It is really important for a political public such Senate to be as open as possible to systems that might have been created by the community in the broader sense of AI. There is a problem of security, but also it is said by one of the geniuses of open source, many eyes discover many problems, even more problems that a software could, or a system that is closed could detect. So that's why it was important for us to open. So what we were thinking about here was to promote the European creativity, so that European companies and Spanish companies, because we have brilliant companies in Spain, that may be working to compete and try and supply to the Senate AI systems that are open, and this also opens us to a world which is not the proper, common, or regular world of big models of AI that are only in the hands of a few, but so that models can be, let's say, more adapted to the needs, to the problems, the features of organizations, even being smaller. In this Europe and in Spain, we have more and more of this. And finally, the system used will be used by this House will never train its own algorithms with information of the Senate. That is a demand, a clear demand, robust, that they will have to meet. So if they will aspire for the systems to be used by this House. These are principles that are essential, and thank you for highlighting this, because these are collaterals, but very important also elements, interoperability and being open. The Parliament works and is committed to the society, but the administrative management is related to the ministry with relation to the courts. So we need to be interoperative with our collections, so there is no border with the changes of institutions, so we can all advance and be more efficient because of just being open systems that really provides much more operability and makes us more agile in our actions. And our IT people tell us every day, since long, systems must be open with open source. They help because in the end it is an open community contributing, many eyes seeing how we can improve a system, and the open source is the future. That is true. So I'm glad that the guidelines also cover this. We could be for hours working here, for hours and hours.
And I remember that during the pandemic, this format was possible to pre-record our video conferences. That at the time I was the chair of IFRAPARD, and we had the opportunity to open a window to the outer world so that different countries could continue to work in different groups of work without anything happening, and facing such difficult times, we were able to continue working non-stop with good results. So, of course, this is not an in-person gathering, which are extremely important because intercommunication and human touch are very important. So being present in places is important, but this has helped us to have you on our symposium and to be able to hear to your valuable contribution. May I interrupt you again? I would have loved to be with you. I have to say this. At the end, there were some coincidences that happened that made me impossible to be there with you today. But we need to have this as a consolation. It's a miracle to be able to be in two debates at the same time. It's a technological miracle. So thank you for your participation, and I would like to place the to say the final ideas. So please tell us a prompt for asking the artificial intelligence, how can we make symposiums to be more lively? So please, in one sentence, could you please give us the cherry on top of the cake? Yeah, I think the cap for this House, when approving these guidelines, and I'm fully and personally convinced about this, at least in Europe, all of these topics, social, political, societal issues, are addressed by saying AI is a wonderful technology, open up new possibilities. However, we always have things to say. So there are risks, there are difficulties. So thanks to this wonderful possibility we have in front of us, we are saying that problems will arise, but the thing is, we'll have to cope with these issues. So things should be turned around, and this is what this House is doing. So undoubtedly, this technology creates risks that are really important. We cannot ignore them. Some people do that. Some countries ignore risks, and they decided to move forward, even with risks, at least in Spain and in Europe. We are aware that we need to prevent them, we need to combat them, but our situation is different because we consider these technologies are really promising to put obstacles to that. Also, another caveat is that they are important, and as I said before, there are principal values and rights that, for example, our democracy can be disrupted by this technology. So thank you. With this optimism, we conclude this interview, Pablo, and I'm sure that we'll come together again in the future. And what you mentioned is the hardcore of our symposium of today. So thank you. It was a real honor for me to be part of that. Okay, so we have witnessed a miracle of having Pablo in two places at the same time. As Pablo mentioned, he couldn't be here present, but technology made it possible. So let's move forward. We will have Manuel Pereira, our IT and communication expert and head of the Senate. He's an expert of organization transformation with the support of new technologies. So this challenge is his challenge. He's had more than 20 years of experience managing IT departments, both in the public sector and in the private sector. He's an IT engineer, and he has a diploma by Technological University of Madrid. He studied digital transformation at MIT. The program of leadership was followed by him, and has a master's degree in development for mobile devices by Universidad Oberta Catalunya. He is best founder of different startups. He works in digital transformation at national level, international level, and has been a professor in different universities. So we are so glad to have Manuel with us today. So Manuel, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Pepa. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muy bien. Pues.
Okay, then. Thank you, Pepa, for having me. I'm going to go straight to the point. Be welcome. And we are going to talk about AI use cases in your parliamentary section, documents, our archives. I try to be not as technological. I try to speak your language, quote unquote. I've been speaking with archivists and documentalists and experts for years, so I think we can understand each other very well. So, what do I want to address with you today? Well, this is a sentence that will that explains what we want to say. So those who want to innovate in the public administration is like the one with the wheel. We try to improve a process, but some people are very busy to take up this wheel. Same thing happened with AI. It's very disruptive at technology. And in a period of time, when things move fast. So we need to embark on that. And as Professor Fitili said, decision must be made in months. We cannot wait for years to happen for procurement or for deciding best practices or for launching projects. What we don't do today, in 2 months, a new version will show up, leaving what we have today obsolete. So parliaments are not specialized in that, but we need to be agile. So let's do that. What do I want to tell you today? First thing is just an introduction on what other parliaments are doing to apply AI in the documentary fields in parliaments. What are we doing at the Senate? That is a second topic. Third topic is a question we all ask. Is AI going to leave us jobless? Of course, we might have resistances, we might be fear, but spoiler alert, the answer is no. Probably we will have to train, we will have to adapt, but humans will always be there supervising and probably doing more human things, as Peppa mentioned. So probably we can give us more effect on each other. And then last topic, questions and suggestions, and then some debate. I don't know if we will have time to do the debate, however. Let me go back to the first topic. What are other parliaments doing in terms of AI? Let me show you some use cases. There are many more, but I want you to know how AI is being applied somewhere. As Dr. Fitzilis said, he mentioned generative AI, and he said, be aware that this is only one kind of AI. Traditional predictive AI has been used by many parliaments. It was used before the ChatGPT boom for different domains, as I explained on the slide. So I have a slide for each case. Predictive AI. So the traditional use cases are indexing, labeling, and classification. Before ChatGPT was invented, AI was able to classify and read documents, and using statistic methodology, AI could know if something is talking about a specific topic or not. So in this case, there were automatic assignment of the scripters in Tesoro Eurovoc, for example, and this happened in Italy, in the European Parliament and Norway, using traditional AI. Also, automatic classification of documents based on teams in Italy, in the Parliament of Brazil. That was on the one hand. That is AI traditional. Also, traditional AI was used as face recognition that was invented before ChatGPT, and voice recognition. For example, in Brazil, they do automatic labeling of videos. They recognize who is the person taking the floor, and they label or they tag, and they can shorten videos depending on their intervention, and they automatically know who is the person taking the floor. They also do face recognition. In the Senate here, we do that to have access to restricted areas. Your mobiles use this because your mobile phones recognize your face and you can have access. So this has already been invented. And then face recognitions for labeling pictures, and that was used in some national parliaments. For example, in Castile and Leon Parliament, they are doing this with their photographic archive. Other use cases related to documents management, the search for similar documents. This has been done for years. When I finished my degree in the year 2000, we did that. We looked for similar documents, and that worked well. This is done in Brazil, in Italy, and also recognition of manuscript texts. It's done in Italy, it's done in some places here in Spain as well. So these are traditional AI's use case. And then generative AI, how is it being used in parliaments? Well, the most typical use case is transcription, voice to text, subtitles and automatic translation. Something that is really mature. This is done at the European Parliament in Norway, Finland and Italy. In the Galician Parliament is done. So this is something quite mature. Mobile phones use them. People don't write. don't type. Transcription and voice recognition is something really worked out. Also, assistance in information searching. As you've heard, probably, retrieval augmented generation. You probably heard of that. I'm giving you two examples for you to research a little bit more in detail if you want. The European Parliament created Archibot, the historical archive. So you can use natural language, and the Archibot answers. It was a pioneer. That was a project that was replicated by the Chilean Parliament, Archilebot, similar to the European Parliament. Also, the public administration and private businesses use chatbots. This agent you can interact on a website and they respond to you. This is used for customer care or citizens care in the public administration. And I give you more examples for you to use this presentation and research a little later. So AI, generative AI for texts, to summarize text, to write contents in clear language, which is more accessible, or when you want to write something for children. So AI is used to rewrite texts for 10-year-olds, for example. This has been done in Italy, Chile, in Brazil, in Estonia, and in many other places. So these are use cases, and here you have a link, which is very interesting. The IPU, the Interparliamentary Unit, Dr. Fitsilis mentioned this. They have use cases of AI use cases in many parliaments, so you can get there many more examples. So the second item is AI at the Senate. So what have we done here? What are we doing towards where we are heading? What is our near future? The future, any similarity to reality, as I said, there is one engine emerging today, and in 2 months, another engine appears, and we need to change things quickly. So we need to pivot easily. So probably we think about having 5 projects, and then something disrupted, transforming, turns up, and then we need to change priorities. So we need to avoid 5% of public business, as Dr. Fitsilis said, to be applied at the Parliament. So let's get at least half of the project to be applied so their ROI can be justified. So what have we done at the Senate? Well, very important. We approved these guidelines, and this has been a hard job to do, inspired by other countries. And of course, we have our own things included. We also have the IPU guidelines. So we also use this for public procurement. So since you have come up with an idea, and then someone, a bidder, you can start work with, probably a year can elapse, and this can happen with AI because we need to be agile. So we created something similar to a framework convention. So we have been working with software related to AI, and we established a kind of framework so that we can be agile, saying, I want to make this. They estimate units of work, and we have some money, some resources, without having to come up with an open processes, with a legal expert, with the chair of the Senate, etc. So this step allows us to be more agile. What else have you done? We decided where our specific AI project will be implemented. I'm not talking about generalist AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, you name it. No, I'm talking about specific projects that are being launched here. For example, and I'm going to elaborate on that a little later. So after evaluating alternatives, we decided that this is going to be implemented on-premise. here, exactly here. Last year, we bought Howard and GPUs, little cards. They were bought last year, luckily, because they are more expensive now. So many data centers are being implemented, and because investment is done in AI, hardware prices have rocketed. So we're very happy to have an NVIDIA GPU, which were very cost effective. So what have we done? Some projects: face recognition for access control for the data process center of the Senate. Some training courses were given for administrators using documents, using Notebook LM by Google. I recommend you to use, because productivity increases when you work with documents and you use Notebook LM. We also launched, together with Document Division, the acquisition of specific licenses of legislative databases to support councils in their job to, for example, write reports or looking for legislations, precedents, etc. So in this legal database, we bought the AI module. We also have other databases that also include AI modules that we bought before. There's another project, we are really proud of it, and if you don't know it, I'm going to show you. The automatic transcription process of all the sessions, the plenary sessions and the commission sessions integrated in the Senate website, synchronized with video. What is this? Well, I'm going to show you. I don't know if I can open the link. I'm going to click on the link. Yeah, I think we can see it. Yeah, we can do. I don't know if you know it, just in case. During the plenary session and commission sessions, when they are broadcast, practically on real time, when an intervention ends, and some minutes after the intervention, automatically we have the transcription of what was said during the session synchronized with the video. So there is a little tag here, the text of the transcription text, and if you click on, and if you pay on it, we have the video. As you can see, the text is being lighted as the speaker speaks, and you can go to any moment, any minute. You can see it's being highlighted every time we click on the different minutes. We can move forward or back, and we can navigate the video. Not only that, we can also have other searching tool, which is very powerful. If you look, for example, if you enter here Ukraine, you will see when Ukraine was mentioned during the video, or I don't know, when they talked about my little village or my negotiation. So this project was really, really successful, and this transcription that is shown after the intervention, when there is the official journey, so this is replaced by the official text in synchrony with text. This project was launched in 2020 during the pandemic and is really enriching as a project. What else are we doing? We are developing other projects with AI. For example, the technical assistant division of the Parliament is trying to come up with a descriptor project. So we have a thesaurus of this Senate. So we trained an AI that is able to propose. So AI proposes, suggests terms in the thesaurus of the Senate that might be used in different documents. So this is really useful for this description thing that was done by hand before. So we need to integrate this within an application. Monica and I are working on that. What else have we done? We created an automatic subtitling of a parliamentary session. The real-time subtitles are done by people. We have a company with a pre-speaking system so that automatically subtitles show up on real time. We want to replace this service with an AI because we've seen this working very well. So we want to launch this after the summer. We have another transcription engine, voice to text, based on AI for the journey of sessions. So what I showed to you before about synchronization with video, when we started in 2020, there was no ChatGPT or the generative AI, so we updated the engine, which is more accurate to predict what the person is saying. We are also evaluating AI tools to support programmers. What else are we doing? We are starting to implement all the actions as a result of the guidelines. We approved the guidelines, as Dr. Vasily said. Many things have to be made. Training, defining what kind of training the staff should get. Budget for the acquisition of AI licenses. What do we buy? ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, DeepSeek. What happens with the Chinese AI? So these decisions must be made. So we are evaluating tools. We are discussing with the manufacturers to see what we do. We also are in dialogue with General Directorate of AI. Dr. Vasilis recommended for digital sovereignty to use our own models. Are these models advanced enough so that we can use them? This is the question we asked. Instead of using ChatGPT, I would love to use the Barcelona Computing Center, which works very well. So far, we've seen that this system is not mature enough, but our parliamentarians are using AI, but they are ill using it because they are uploading things that are not public, which is against the guideline. So we need to buy licenses, AI licenses, and we will be more than happy to buy from Spanish companies. What else are we doing? Oh my God, it's been only 17 minutes and I'm lagging behind. I'll try to accelerate even more. We are coming up with the IT system inventory. We are defining the tools that can and cannot be used. Change in contract with suppliers to include specific AI clauses, preparing information to publish in the suspensive portal, indicators, incidences, what happens with the if I have an issue with AI, if I upload something I shouldn't upload, I cannot talk about anything. So what are we going to do? So what do we want to do in the future? Many things, but uncertain so far. We would like to integrate AI in all the internal processes of the organization, choosing those who have higher value and more productivity, to work with document, with notebook, LM or similar, to index and search for information, which is important for negotiations, assistance to IT applications programming. We would like to incorporate a RAG in our website for citizens to ask and find responses with human language. For example, what have MPs been talking about? What were the topics addressed by MPs in this commission or in this plenary session? We want to work with automatic labeling of all the audiovisual archive. This is something that is already being done in Brazil, identifying people, face recognitions, etc. Automatic translation to co-official languages. This has been done by human, both written and real time. And we are assessing the buying AI tools for analytics and visualization. I'm sorry I cannot go into all the details. I don't have time to do that. Of course, I'm here to discuss about this whenever you want. The question we all asked: are we going to be jobless? AI is good, but what are humans going to do? And more specifically, what are documentalists going to do in this field of activities? What are we going to do in the future? It seems machines are doing now jobs that were done by humans. For example, working with the entries in the thesaurus. So this is my own interpretation. Each one of you will have their own vision on the future of AI, but this is my personal take on that. So this is a sentence by Bill Gates of last year. In 10 years, most of human tasks will be able to be done by artificial intelligence. My recommendation to any one of you, and my recommendation for your children, our great children, if you're not using AI, if you don't know how to use AI, you're lagging behind. You need to use AI because there will be a huge difference between those people that are AI-driven and those people who are not AI-driven. So the allegory I use, the metaphor I use is as follows. Imagine that all of a sudden, at a magic wand, magic weight, I'm sorry, fall from the sky, and for you to do things faster and better. So you would take these magic wands to do things. So these wands, those who use these magic wands are 20 times more productive, and this is what they're doing with AI. So the reluctance of human beings, public administration, and apologize if I say this, Parliament is well known, but you need to be on board, and it's really enriching, and AI make you to be spectacularly more proficient. So 2 more minutes, Pepa, can I? So professions that disappear, water supplier, telephone experts, etc. So professions of the past that are meaningless now. So why I don't have a lamplighter anymore? Because it's useless. We have electricity. Same thing with some professions. IT experts. Until 4 or 5 years ago, when ChatGPT showed up, I would say, we need to modernize. We don't have to live in the 19th century. So I was there always saying I was the modern one. So there are less and less paper, so you cannot have someone assisting you showing around with papers. So IT experts, same thing happened to them. AI, 80% of code lines that are being used by businesses are being created by AI. And my estimate is that in 2 years, there will be no programmer writing source codes. So we need to reinvent ourselves. We're not those modern experts saying, we need to be more modern. So digital transformation and the staff members of the Senate. So new technologies have affected secretaries, for example. So we created digital signing. So there's no paper because most of our job is paperless. So those working with carrying papers had to find other activities. Documents are electronic. Transcribers. All this is done automatically. So before, transcribers had to use Word to do that, and this has dramatically changed. So documentalists, before, most of your job was to identify information. But ever since Internet and Google are here, public information have changed the way we work. So we need to see, and I'm going to explain you how I see your future. I have a specific light for your business.
So legal AI is really loved. They really like it with these administratives. They love it. I mean, the ones that are still manually, the manual professions are free of AI. What? Because these are the jobs that in the past we didn't like so much. So I don't know if my kids to become IT guys. I'd rather them to be plumbers, maybe. So, and documentalists, and with this I shall finish. For me, your job, 26 minutes, I'm almost there, almost there. First of all, Pablo mentioned it. I've included here the guideline number 10 of the guidelines we have just approved. Results obtained by the use of AI systems in Senate must always be supervised by people, etc., etc. Supervision and the human in the loop, well, that has been mentioned since AI appeared. AI per itself should not take decisions. Humans must validate those decisions, that information, and make it ours. You cannot escape from your responsibility saying, well, you published this document. Well, yes, I did with AI and I published it. No, 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 no. You have to review and make it your own. So the work that you're already doing that can be assisted by AI, such as cataloging content, the summary of documents, it does it perfectly, AI. Localization of finding current and historic information is something that we're working on with the IRIG, OCRs, manuscript tests, recognition, all that. And what happens with the documentalists, archivists, and librarians? For me, just as for many professions, there is a great window of opportunities that opens thanks to AI. For example, to select training sources of trusted training sources, because AI cannot be trained with just anything, because that produces biases in the results. If you introduce 10 documents to the AI saying that someone was very good, and just one saying that he was bad, AI will tell you that if, that person was very good. Even history says that he was a tyrant. So selecting training sources for AI before executing AI. Expert in AI interlocution, prompt engineer, the one who knows how to ask AI to obtain the results necessary. Adjustment and supervision of results experts. Because AI, as of today, is not the AI that existed when ChatGPT existed. When ChatGPT existed, they would say it was a machine that was just predicting the next word statistically. But now they use the reinforcement learning, that is reinforcement reasoning. And there's a lot of people that teach AI with the replies that are correct and wrong to correct it and teach AI. Documental archaeologists with AI. When this I finished, can you imagine with the OCR capacities that are appearing, that all the documents existing in the world, in every library, every archive, every town hall, churches, if that was digitalized and AI could read it, the amount of things that we could learn from the past, really, the amount of things that have been skipped because they are in a document in an archive that nobody knew it existed. So the document archaeologist, fostered by AI or working with AI, is a profession that really, really is interesting. And as I propose it for your children. And that's it. And I do apologize because it took some more time than what I was given. Well, thank you, Manuel. Thank you very much. We're trying to be concise, and I have the temptation of alter the program to match timing, because this part was so interesting that I've let the speakers go into the details of our institutions, guidelines, the legal world, with the interventions of the recording we had with Pablo, and the technological world explained synthetically and very didactically by Manuel, who is such a specialist, and he knows how to present things so that we can learn and take good note of the importance of this step in humankind in our jobs. So I think that we've got the coffee break waiting, so I'm not going to give 20 minutes for intervention. So I'm going to, my intervention I will try to make it if there's some time, or as we've got the afternoon, I will give it in the afternoon. But my intervention is promising because it analyzes everything that we can do in our jobs, and it's a projection for the coming steps that are coming ahead, and you deserve sharing with me and knowing what's my vision. So we're going to make a coffee break right now, and we will try to save some minutes so I can provide you with my presentation. Thank you. So we'll have a coffee in 10-15 minutes, and we'll back because we've got time for debate afterwards.
Bueno, tomamos asiento y comenzamos de nuevo las sesiones. Gracias.
We resume session, so let's go back, please.
Muchas gracias. Sí, pues después de esta pausa de café, gracias. Continuamos con las sesiones que quería comentaros que vamos un poco justos en el programa, con lo cual recomenzamos y seguimos el orden del programa. Justamente la ponencia que voy a impartir yo pues se traslada a después del café, que lo que hacemos es reservar el turno de preguntas para el final. Teníamos previsto que cada una de las ponencias tuviera un pequeño turno de preguntas y respuestas a continuación. Como sabéis, tenemos también seguimiento virtual con posibilidad de participación de quienes nos siguen en la sesión en remoto desde sus puestos de trabajo y pueden plantear preguntas y así esperamos que lo hagan. Tenemos a nuestra compañera Rebeca haciendo un seguimiento de todos esos inputs de las personas que están fuera y que quieren preguntar al respecto de lo que van oyendo en nuestras intervenciones. Así que seguidamente comienzo yo misma la intervención. Soy la directora de documentación del Senado, Josefa Fuentes, y quiero hablaros a continuación de las expectativas de la aplicación de la inteligencia artificial en los fondos históricos de la Biblioteca y el Archivo del Senado. Todo lo que tiene que ver con proyección exterior y, aunque no está en el título de la ponencia, comienzo por el aspecto documental, es decir, los documentalistas, además de los archiveros y bibliotecarios, tienen un papel relevante en toda esta implementación de la aplicación de la inteligencia artificial, con lo cual es para mí un honor y es para mí también una inmensa responsabilidad dirigirme a este foro de excelencia técnica. Nos hallamos en el umbral de una transformación que no solo afecta a nuestras herramientas habituales de trabajo, sino que redefine nuestra responsabilidad ante la historia y ante la democracia, puesto que estamos trabajando para el Parlamento. Como profesionales dedicados a la custodia del latido legislativo de nuestro Estado autonómico, sabemos que nuestras instituciones no son meros depósitos de papel envejecido.
Not only, I'm sorry about that, not only the guardians of legal security, but we are the guardians of the institutional memory of Spain. I am not going to talk about something futuristic, but something that is already there in the Senate service, as Manuel Pereira mentioned. We see your work at a regional level, and we recognize budget and technological challenge you face, and precisely due to that, we are obliged to share our view. The final transition from static traditional databases, meaning the success of searching depended mainly on the hand expertise of the documentalist to something new. There is something new in legal documents, and I will start talking about that documentalist. So legal documents, that is part of the hardcore of the documents at the Parliament. Senate doesn't consider AI an experiment anymore, but something efficient. We work with specialized agents that are part of our professional landscape. For example, Sophia from Perrin LeBlanc and K Plus from Avanzadilla are part of the tools our lawyers and policymakers, senators and politicians use on a daily basis. This integration, this acquisition or subscription to these kind of products is something important, and I would like to elaborate on that. As technicians, we are asked, why don't we use general language models, those who citizens consult on a daily basis? And the answer is based on our code of ethics as professionals, because we have some obligations and we need to choose clearly between generalist AI or use subscription AI, as I've mentioned, when compared to general AI. So these tools are trustworthy, which are absolutely necessary for Parliament, especially, first of all, the specialization in primary sources. These models have been fed with the legal, real documents that have been used in the Senate for years. So these are products that are not giving you back the noise of open sources. Our consultations on drafts or our consultations on the interpretations will never filtered and be used to train the public models, and also geared productivity, pre-configured prompts. And these products make your life easier in terms of working. And this is very specific to us as documentalists. And I would like to highlight a tool that is redefining our capacity to analyze things. Vincent AI from Eurolax, this product for a chamber of a territorial representation as it is the Senate, we have the ability to make jurisdictional research as a strategic asset, because we are talking about a platform that is present in more than 100 countries. So parallel analysis between different legal systems is done through this tool, and this could be also interesting at a regional level and at a state level. The ability of having parallel structure analysis of different legal system is something to bear in mind, and the most important thing for us, and my colleagues from the different regions know this, is the ability to compare in regions and regional legislations and compare this to state norms is good. So this tool allows us to create tables and differences, similarities, so primary sources that allow researchers in Santander or in Seville will be able to understand in seconds how his or her own legislation is within the national framework. And regions, and some months ago, the report that Parlatic uploaded on their website, analyzing the development and the state of affair of parliaments and regions. So this provides us with a diagnosis that we need to analyze with technical maturity as we are listening today. We can see that many of our regional parliaments, the collateral acceptance of AI is something ensured. Because there are no specific corporate tools, professionals use open source elements for critical tasks, which has some systemic risks, as we heard before. First risk is the vulnerability of privacy or the use and the leakage of data in a silent way. So when we use generative AI, this generative AIs learn from us, which means that we upload information, documents, data, trying to optimize time and to be supported by a wonderful tool as it is this case. But at the same time, we are feeding it with data and we are uploading all this information in our databases that are internal, but might be consulted by other people. So the guideline approved by the Senate is precisely to cope with this situation, and I'm absolutely sure that the regional parliaments will do the same shortly. So this practice can lead to privacy vulnerability and also something which is more insidious in the field of law, hallucinations. Parliamentary documentary system cannot invent the hallucinations of AI, talking about a law that is in existence or a judgment or a sentence that is not existent can be problematic. So the technical solution we are implementing so far at the Senate, and I really urge your technical departments to start using, is the RAG system, as Manuel Pereira, so augmented reality. So this is something important. So the way RAG ask questions, supported by IT experts, make sure that the system does not respond on the basis of what AI believes it thinks, but based on real data. So the first filter that we have done manually is the raw material, the main priority raw material that AI used, but together with an internally developed RAG. And so the responses are based on factual data, so to make sure that AI is true. The historical stocks that are the topic of this presentation, supported with images, will help us to save time during the morning's presentation. For AI to be effective, raw material of quality is needed. This is absolutely necessary. At the Senate, the raw material is there in library. Decisions, books that have been entered in the catalog. So this must be done in our catalog. This is what librarians do, decorated or really filtered catalog. So this will support culture and MPs. So our library has different sections containing jewels. So the raw material is saved. This repository, which is the base, the starting point of AI, it's not only a consultation interface, it's a structure developed to following the ISO 14421. So we are rigorous because interoperability is the key to our international visibility. We are not only bound to scan books, this is something outsourced, but we fulfill precise standards I would like to share with you in our project that we conceived and implemented quickly at the Digital Library of the Senate. So we keep the Mark 21 framework, making sure our data are understood by any other global library system. For the structure of our multimedia objects, the METS standard has been acquired, which allows us to have a hierarchy of objects that are validated by to make sure there is no corruption of data, together the derivatives of diffusion JPEG. To make sure the bibliographic patrimony is included in aggregators like Opera Europeana, we adopted the MDM 5.28 model of Europeana. We are committed to, and if you move forward one slide, please, thank you. So we are really committed to links open data technology. The digital library of the Senate follows the recommendation of V3C, allowing our historical document not only to be searched but also quoted, cited univocally by researchers from across the world. So we don't want to waste money and time. So digitizing like that is making sure the patrimony of the Senate is at the center of the digital panorama of Europe. Practical application of the images that we can get to make these images to have a sense, images that come from different libraries, like old, dated images, for example, maps, etc. How can we protect this externally, and how is AI going to help us to give this a sense, a meaning? So, practically, in our historical stock, more than 9,000 pieces. How are we going to have a 15th century book can be consulted by a 21st century citizen with natural language, HTR? This HTR recognition system, following the Center of Excellence of the National Library of Spain and the British Library, and fully convinced that José Luis Welles is going to explain this kind of technology applied to historical books in the stocks, or modern books in the stocks. So, using excellence examples as the British Library or the National Library, we have proved that AI can analyze masses of journeys and historical maps to understand social changes. The Senate is exploring, for example, transcribers. These platforms will allow us to automatically transcribe old documents. That's something that would have taken years before. But not only do we do transcription, we combine HTR, as you can see on the screen, with the RAG systems. The paradigm of consultation of searches change. Not only are we looking for a tag, but we are asking questions to history. Instead of getting a list of 50 results, for example, if we type railroad and 1850, so the question in natural language would be, how were the stances presented in the Senate about railroads in 1850? So the system goes directly to the source, and using AI, there's a transcription of the session with the source to come up with a summary and a context with direct quotes from the bulletins and the original documents. This is what we call discovery. AI-fostered discovery document. So this experience, we want this experience to be immersive. So we are working with immersive narrative. The Senate projects to create a permanent exhibition on parliamentarism and the history of the Senate. So this immersive narrative will help our stocks that are order, catalog, described with their respective tags, following international standards and using that technology. Faris Fixis was mentioning at the beginning. We have technology, we have data. What is the next thing to do is to use artificial intelligence to make it go into the sources and use this potential. Immersive narratives based and inspired by excellence models. We try to make these experiences to be transmedia and experiential. So someone in the room will scan a QR code and have access to a virtual visit of areas that are usually closed to the public, or take a look at sensitive documents that should be conserved and preserved in vaults, in specific vaults, because they cannot be exhibit in light, so they need to preserve. So citizens will be able to have access to documents that are really enclosed in stocks that cannot be seen in the light. So we are exposing this to society. We are exposing and exhibiting the past and the curiosity of new generations. The professional future, Emmanuel Pereira was alluding to this, and I am expert, I'm a director, and I have an experience on that. Artificial intelligence must be always being surveyed, supervised by humans. Our responsibility, our ethics makes us to have this control. I would like to address the hardcore of our profession. Oftentimes, people say that AI will replace librarians, but my view, my take on that is the opposite. AI is a process which is really advanced. It's miraculous. Results are surprising, but it's a process. It's not an end product. It's a tool. It's an augmentation tool. It's like having a telescope or showing you the last star in the galaxy. It's the augmentation of data, but it's never a replacing tool. There are some reserved activities, areas of human sovereignty where machines cannot play a role. In the institutionality, in our case, is parliamentarianism. We are civil servants of the parliament. AI can deal with thousands, millions of data, but only us can give them institutional relevance. Knowledge management, which is the second aspect. The intelligence of artificial intelligence is a reflection of the quality of knowledge, the quality of knowledge statements that we have developed decades ago. If the quality is poor, intelligence is poor. So we need to continue working with the responsibility, with criteria, unifying the descriptors of our database. We need to continue digitizing things. At some point, we gave digitalization, less importance, but I think it's absolutely necessary. And AI uses digitalization. If there is no translation into digital language that AI can understand, there's no starting point. So where are the stocks that need to be digitized? So we don't have to stop digitalization. Cataloging is going to be different, for sure. So we need to provide with the quality metadata. The machine is not going to suggest, but because we have institutionality, because we know the parliament, we have years of know-how working with databases, we know how to implement. So it's just a step forward, and we need to continue innovating and evolving. We need to continue implementing our profession in a different status probably, but it's our profession. And also the ethics and responsibility in a parliamentary environment. Neutrality is something sacred. We need to be the guardians auditing algorithms. Algorithms have been mentioned here, and they might seem distant. But having guidelines in our parliamentaries and having units specialized in analyzing the return of AI, analyzing how AI is being used in our institution, and also analyzing how we can improve and where AI can learn better from. This is what we have to do. This unit is going to be specialized in reviewing if the feedback of AI is okay, and that's why we are responsible. That's why we have a code of ethics. And we need to make sure that if algorithms are developed, providing results that are too automatic, far from human responses. We have been analyzing the decision of the Supreme Court, and we saw a deviation of an algorithm, making sure social assistance should be given to someone, and then in the decision we couldn't find it. So thanks to our job, thanks to our supervision, we came to the realization that this was not included in the decision. So this unit is going to be created as stipulated in our guidelines. So dear colleagues from our regional parliament, this is a humanist journey. We are not going to give up before algorithms, but to improve our jobs and to enhance our job as professionals. As I always say in the team, digitalization is the raw material. Describing, cataloging using this new prism is giving intelligence a soul. So I invite you to walk with us. The Senate is open to collaborate on standardization, to share our prompt libraries, to make sure that the patrimony of documents of each corner of Spain will have its own brilliant future, to making sure that history is not only preserved, but also understood, lived out, and respected. Let's do the law in all forms sometimes will be really accessible to all. Thank you very much. We will now have José Luis. I'm going to exchange places so he can use the pointer. José Luis Buren. José Luis, who is with us today, he works at the National Library. He has always shared with us his knowledge. This is a degree in Spanish philology. In 2009, he got the advanced study diploma, and since 2006 he's working at the National Library of Spain, and he is the technical director. Between 2014 and 2017 he was the director of the Digital Library and Information Systems. He has always participated in different projects developed by the National Library over the last years: cataloging and digitalization of stocks, preservation of website and digital content, the development of a project in a semantic catalog of B&A data, and the improvement of reusing of content with the project B&E Lab, with initiatives like B&E Scholar for schools, or the B&E Community, which is a citizenship participation project. He recently participated in the reform of law of legal repositories. He participated in national and international work groups, and he has been representative of the National Library in different fora, as the Conference of Directors of National Directors of Libraries in Europe, in Latin America, the International Federation of Libraries, the Library Cooperation Forum, and many lectures and conferences and talks were given by him related to library management. José Luis, you have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to the library and to me.
Ha sido interesantísimo toda la jornada, así que espero contribuir porque.
I hope I will be able to contribute. It's been very interesting and thrilling to speak from here. It's normally the library who impresses, and now I'm overwhelmed, I must confess. So I'm going to present here briefly the experiences that we've had in the National Library for the time being related to the implementation of AI. I'd like to, I guess everyone knows the National Library, but it's a very well-known and unknown institution in many aspects. So very briefly, we have around 30 million physical documents, and we also have 100 million sites, or 200 digitalized pages and contents that are created digital, and we do the archive of the web. We've got several petabytes of digital information in the library, apart from magazines and books that have been created digitally. And from this reform of the legal deposit, we're receiving also all the journals and magazines and monographies, the digital versions previous to the printing. Because we cannot use the English word, but it's the preprints of journals and books. So that means, and I wanted to say this, not because just I wanted to brag, but because the context integrating AI is conditioned by the fact that the library is still doing what it was doing in the past, but not AI, technology and digitalization, etc. We've been a library with all the facilities necessary to host the physical collection, opening at 11 hours, our regulators with historical buildings. So we are in an environment where everything adds. It's fabulous. I think for the cultural institutions and AI is a successful one. We've got more users than ever, more access to collections. It's wonderful, but nobody took anything from what we did. So you're talking about the retrospective cataloging. We haven't finished it yet. The automation has got 30, 40 years. The library has got more than 310 years. So with regards to the future of the librarians, for the time being, for my retirement, I've got a peace of mind. I will have work even after I retire. So I will see something in the end if we've got time. I'd like to stop at the AI definition. I'm not an expert, and there are many of them, I'm sure, more technical than others. Some I would not be able to understand, but I think that you're using AI to speak about very different things, and normally we use that to speak about of course, with no technical aspiration, but we use it to talk about things that technology does, and that we found surprising. The manuscripts OCR we included into AI, but the printed OCR no. Why? Because the printed one started 20, 30 years ago, and the other one has started 5 days ago. So there's a funny anecdote in a podcast on chess. They were saying that before the trick was man helping the machine, and now it's vice versa. For a machine to win in the chess game, it was AI. Today, no. Any cell phone can give you a game and will win you in 5 minutes. So I think this is also important to have it in mind, because as far as we talk about different technologies, we have been implemented technologies in the institutions for many, many years. So there's something differential, I must say. I was saying before, when suddenly I spoke to GPT, for me it was science fiction, but now, on the other round, we've been for decades integrating technology. For a library as ours, in a generation, we've gone from cards where you didn't go to consult documents, you just went to the library to see if they had documents or they existed. Now you have the preprint. If you've got an AI, it catalogs automatically from the preprint, and you've got the digital version that needs to be consulted at the headquarters, because it's got copyright. But the parkour is impressive. So I've been very lucky because I've been able to live that. So that's why I wanted to stop at the definition. So being very cautious. So what is it that we do with AI? In reality, I start with something which is also something we must have in mind. The role of institutions such as ours is not only just to us to use AI, but to facilitate, because the library works so that other people work with our collections, with our stock. So we've got a couple of news. One that was really echoed the attribution to Lope de Vega of a comedy which was considered to be anonymous, thanks to the fact that it was digitalized, and a researcher developed an automatic transcription model and another style metrics to compare styles of writing, and they attributed the works. So this, which you haven't done it, it's been done by others, but the mission of the library is not to do it, but for others to do it. So this, for us, is something of paramount importance. And in line with what Pepa, if you will allow me to say, which Manuel was saying, is you have to go fast. Yes, I wish. Yes. That would, in some cases, is not just the ideal thing for me, but the problem is that in the library's stance, when having to invest in a pilot project to implement AI or to continue to digitalize, because we need to allot resources, it's not easy to respond to the question, because each document I digitalize, I will make for the world to appear. And I'm still cataloging of the past. There's things that either you go to Recoletos, to a manual catalog, or you don't know that the library has got it. So this is the context in which we have to take these decisions. And also creating sessions such as today's. In the library, we've tried to have a key role when trying to be a place for reflection, to welcome, so that it's something that interests us as a library. But we've participated in working groups. The Claria is a digital European infrastructure. This is a Spanish version of 2 European structures. We participate at the European National Libraries group with an AI group. And the last meeting, not of the working group, but of the conferences of directors of libraries, was on AI in libraries. They published a long summary, which is really interesting. I encourage you to take a look at it. So, apart from what we use as AI, I wanted to highlight all this. And let me just say that I've already mentioned that for our collections to be used, the digital corpus of the library is huge. And you were saying that we have to train models in Spanish. We have to train models starting from data sets that have been obtained legally with bias control. There will be biases, but let's know which one they are. So we're using all of us tools, because it's legal to use them, tools that have been trained, I would say most of them, from content that were not legally obtained and they were not legally accessed to be able to train the machines. I guess the companies that have done this prefer to pay a fine that's staying behind. So if tomorrow they are condemned, and it has happened, they will pay the fine, but they have the dimension of the business in mind. I'd like to think that the role of the National Library in the development of AI and national libraries in general will be the ones of major providers of data to train in a controlled and legal and ethical way with social purposes of public service for the public and private models, so that even companies, if we have to establish public prices, but so that people does not go and look for data I don't know where. And I wanted to say that because that's a role that the library could have, which is relevant. As far as the AI use, let me talk to a Datos BNE project, which is quite old, because the inclusion of technology is accumulative. This project is 18 years of age. And we were talking about semantic web, which was the term in fashion. And it was the first time in which the stock of the library, National Library, when I was, instead of answering with titles of editions, it understood that someone was an author, and that an author can be the author of a work, the subject of a work, or be in relation with other people. So back then, these seemed to be very, very new. Is it AI? I would say no, of course, but also it was all done from structured data, because that's a major question for us. What's going to happen with all the work of the structured data? As of today, I don't question it, but it's true that I see more realistic to have natural language models, etc. So in order to sustain databases, for me, it's difficult to think that it will disappear. Another initiative we had in the library, which is more consolidated now, is to identify people in the digital library. We started working with public domain content, selecting headlines of magazines, etc., movies, so they could identify other people, and the result is excellent. Two reflections on this. The first one is, it works in the pilot, but the scale of the collections of the library becomes a problem when you want to do the projects, when you want to go to a project, from a project to something stable. And that's how we stayed. And why did we stay here in this project with the newspaper library? Because, as what Manuel was saying, the alternative was so quickly that it's so very difficult to think about, well, I do this project with an investment of time, money, and energy, but this will be overcome in 6 months. So the library in AI, in general terms, my feeling is that we are late. We're late, but maybe it's not so bad, because in reality we will get to use the technologies that are more mature than if we had been early adopters. So maybe it's a little consolation, but well, it's true that this has happened to many institutions. They've invested a lot in some projects that in time technology has been updated. So what are we testing? This is an example with ChatGPT for automatic cataloging. We're not going to use ChatGPT. It works fine. It would require today human revision to see what happens with the authorities. There can be no hallucinations in the catalog, or errors or inventions. Hallucinations is a very generous term. We cannot have them, but for pre-cataloging, if something is available before and then it will be reviewed later on, well, that is something that is there. What are the problems that we have with this? Well, intellectual property rights. How do I include in the AI the document I want to be processed if the document has got copyright? Well, there are legal alternatives. Install it in local, something that is not sharing, that is not training, but it's not easy and it's not cheap. So how much does my pre-cataloging cost that I'm going to save? I'm telling you because these are the problems that we need to find solutions for. I've really liked what I think it was Pablo was saying. We have to set the problem and see the obstacles to the problem, because these are things that we need to find answers for. But, well, this is something that will come. And what is more mature, advanced, and I hope that this year will be announced with something beautiful, is assisted transcription. We're using the tool, e-storing, which is an open source tool, which requires a certain amount of manual work to train it, because each time of writing, but the thing is that from our stance, it really pays off, because with some time devoted for some handwriting, I can have hundreds of thousands of handwritten pages. So the difference of just finding in metadata or also in the text, it's huge. So let me just say, by the way, that in everything that we've done in the library in these years are the ideas for everybody to have the open licenses, as much as open as possible. And this is a tool that many researchers use in the library. That's what it's the one we tested. We've tested quite a few of them. So what it takes more time is to build the model, transcribing reasonably well a certain kind of handwriting. So researchers are reluctant to share those models because it's their job. The library, in this case, on the contrary, we understand that once we develop a model of transcription, of Benito Pérez Galdó's handwriting, we will have that model for whoever wants to use it with other Benito Pérez Galdó's manuscripts. So this also underlies our strategy in the matter of artificial intelligence. And for the future, well, we need to be the first corpus of data to develop AI. As an institution, then that needs to be our major challenge. But what happens? Well, we need to find a legal framework providing security, guaranteeing the copyright remuneration system for the right owners. And this is being proven complicated not only in Spain but in the world around and in Europe. So that's why it's so important that the library is really sensitive to copyright and intellectual property, because we compel per law to other authors to provide with those contents, and we have to pay that. And the Ministry of Culture is the one who manages it. So we are, as an institution and with the ministry, we're really, really sensitive because authors are part of our ecosystem. So this, for me, as an institution, this is what gives us a relevant place in one of the most relevant processes for society today. And something that I think that hasn't been so much said in these last months, it's been more and more important for me, is that our collection data are relevant in the digital environment. I was talking about the BNE data. It was a surprise for me when I asked ChatGPT how many hours of Javier Cercas were there in the library. And instead of going to the catalog, he went to the BNE. And he started speaking with BNE data, authorities, etc. So he's understood the model better than some librarians. So, and I was asked once, is the library going to want further different systems of AI to use the content and the data and the collections? Well, it wasn't something I had given a thought to, and I'm not 100% sure now, but I would say yes, because in the end, I want for everybody to come to Recoletos or to the library's web, but I have to assume that is not the case. But if anyone asks in a search engine, I want that person to find reliable information, knowing that it's in the library, etc., etc. And if they need to go to the source, they can go. But that is a challenge too. What's the ecosystem that we have so that's easy for all these machines to use the source of the National Library as a reliable source? This is a conversation I had with ChatGPT, which ended up with quite an adequate selection. This library catalog is like the BNE data. You put Javier Cercas, it won't provide 11 titles. It's 15. It won't give you 11 results. It will give you hundreds of titles because of the different editions of the same title. And apart from that, it's what you've already explained. We will depend on the capacity to hire. This open contract model interests me, that will allow you to do things on the go. That is really, really interesting. But to improve LCR processes, identification images, text to voice, new chatbot, virtual assistants, technological literacy, improvement of internal process. Well, this is something that is not new to you. Really thinking about the fact that the first thing I include in querying databases or corpuses with natural language would be wonderful. There are different institutions that have already done it. The Juan March Foundation, the Luxembourg National Library with its newspapers library. You could go in, you could ask in natural language. It will reply by elaborating the information and providing the articles used to provide the response. So this is a matter of time, and if our data are available, well, we've got rights too, but even robots will do it even before we do it. Though I would like for the library to do it. And on my side, that's everything I wanted to share. If there's anything you want to ask or comment, I'll be glad. José Luis, thank you so much. So interesting, everything you were saying and what we've heard this morning. These are very complementary presentations related to our profession, which is so important for our society. We do have got a lot to think about and reflect. After each presentation, we wanted to have a Q&A session. I'm sure that Rebecca, from the people outside this room that are virtually following, that maybe there are questions from other parliaments in Argentina, Portugal. The different parliaments can take the floor and ask and be informed about what is being said here. Sure, we're running short of time, so maybe some brushstrokes of what you think that has been said. Well, for the time being, no questions have been asked. Well, one question. I think the most important element for AI is the cooperation of technological services of the institutions and the documentary services. I think that can provide with a major advance in what José Luis was saying and in the identification of anonymous works, amongst other elements. Yes, of course. The reply will come this afternoon because we've got an afternoon session that is going to be really intense related on this. I hope that the speakers will be able to be here for this session. It's going to be quite an interesting debate for this afternoon, and that vis-a-vis from our stances and what we think about with the conclusions we draw from all the presentations we have had during the day. So bear in mind that the program is tight and we want to hear all the speakers. Let me now give the floor to Martin Wright, who represents the IFLA section, the International Federation of Library Associations, and the section of Parliamentary Services and Libraries. Martin,
the House of Commons Library in the United Kingdom. Martin is the secretary nowadays of IFLA, the Library and Research Services section of IFLA. And before joining the House of Commons in 2019, he worked over 25 years in academic research libraries, including the London School of Economics and University College London. So the floor is yours, Martin, and we are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much, Josefa. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants in the first documentary conference on artificial intelligence, good afternoon. It is an honour to be amongst such a distinguished group of librarians, archivists, documentalists and researchers on behalf of the whole of IFLA Library and Research Services for Parliament section. I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the invitation to participate in such a timely and interesting conference. It's a privilege to be with you and engage and contribute to this important dialogue. Unlike the other speakers today, I am very much not an expert on artificial intelligence. However, I will do my best to represent the excellent work being done by the real experts in our committee, Leila, Caroline, Josefa, Julia, and I would like to thank them all for their help in putting this presentation together. So where to start? Well, we know, and we've heard several times today, that the rapid development of artificial intelligence in the sense of software applications which harness large-scale computing power to apply machine learning techniques, natural language processing, complex pattern recognition algorithms and data management tools to large bodies of data to accomplish tasks that would normally require human interpretive intervention has enormous potential to transform society and the workplace, particularly as we move from an industrial and service economy to an information-based society. That, after all, is why we are all here today. We want to understand it, work out how to use it to do our jobs better, achieve our goals more effectively, provide new and better services to our users, and how to control it, so that we are not superseded by it and swept away by the tide of technical innovation. Like all disruptive and paradigm-shifting developments, that is not easy, and we need to draw on our collective intelligence, cooperative instincts, and shared professional communities to meet those challenges and grasp the opportunities it presents by sharing experience and best practice and learning from each other. Fortunately, that is precisely what IFLA-PAL exists to do, and what I want to do this afternoon is tell you about the actions we, as an international network of parliamentary librarians, have taken and are planning to take to help our professional community successfully navigate this latest challenge and maintain or enhance the position we have established within our organisations as trusted guides and leaders in this rapidly evolving world of information and data. So first, some background about IFLA-PAL and IFLA. Who are we and what do we do? As Josepha has mentioned, IFLA-PAL is the Library and Research Sections for Parliament of IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. This means we are the group within IFLA concerned with the library and research services of all types of legislatures around the world at international, national and subnational level in countries with federal or devolved systems. We have 80 institutional members, including the Senate and Congress of Deputies here in Madrid, together with 3 of the regional parliaments who are represented here today. And so if any of those other regional parliaments here would like to join us in the association, we would be very happy to have you. We exist to address the specific professional interests of library and research services which operate at the heart of democracies around the world, with all of the challenges that represents and with which you will all be very familiar. So not only everything involved with the provision of timely, authoritative and objective information to elected members of the legislature in support of their legislative functions, but also, depending on the institution, extending to research services, public communication and education, as well as management of the institutional documentation centres and archives. And doing that in an intensely political environment where impartiality and confidentiality are critical, and clients are both information rich and time poor. The specific aims of the section, as you can see there, are to increase the effectiveness of the Parliamentary Library and Research Services, to provide a forum for addressing emerging issues, to promote openness, transparency and strengthening democratic participation through provision of information about legislation and parliaments to citizens, promoting the establishment of library and research services as a fundamental component in the development of democratic legislatures, and to develop and promote standards and best practice in providing information and knowledge to parliaments. And crucially, to exchange experience, knowledge and problem-solving strategies, and to promote networking amongst parliamentary library and research services. It is that last aim that is most important, I believe, in achieving the others, as it's by building a network and making personal connections between parliamentary libraries and research services that we are able to exchange experiences, knowledge and problem-solving strategies, and are able to develop and promote standards and best practices and increase the effectiveness and performance of our own services. Networking is crucial to what we do, and so this is one of the other reasons why it's so nice to be here today as part of a network that you represent. The fact that the group is part of a much bigger and wider professional network, IFLA, is also tremendously important in responding to global changes and potentially existential challenges as we have with artificial intelligence, as it provides a framework and an infrastructure as well as resources to draw on to help us make sense of what is happening and inform our thinking and actions. In this context, there are a number of IFLA initiatives which have been particularly useful in shaping the actions we have taken in relation to AI, and which I encourage you to have a look at. These include the IFLA Statement on Libraries and Artificial Intelligence in 2020. The entry point for libraries and AI, developing a strategic response to AI, and also the formation of the Artificial Intelligence Special Interest Group as part of the technology section within IFLA. We have collected these resources together with a range of other sources into a toolkit which is available to you all at this location. So if you want to scan that QR code, you'll be taken to the toolkit IFLA-PAL has produced, which includes resources from the Interparliamentary Union, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, the EU, United Nations, and also a selection of other readings. All of these general resources provide a helpful starting point for understanding the impact of AI on libraries and how it can be used. And as we've already seen this morning, so many of these have been picked up and mentioned by previous speakers. These are just some of those uses which have been noted and identified by IFLA and other groups. So supporting responsible use of generative AIs in the search process and other processes across the research life cycle, using AI to enhance access to collections, developing a retrieval augmented generation application, providing data to train models, and so on. Particularly professional tasks such as summarizing texts or drafting documents and training plans. But these resources also highlight the broader strategic questions that we need to be asking about AI, and again, which have been explored so well by previous speakers. What is the cost-benefit equation when we're thinking about using AI in our institution? What about accuracy and impartiality? Are there safeguards against bias and perpetuation of stereotypes? Who takes responsibility for errors? How is data managed and privacy ensured? What is the impact of AI on the skills that users have and their confidence in using information? Does it de-skill them? Does it increase their confidence? What's the impact on employment? What's the impact on the environment? And also, really importantly, and I had some very interesting conversations during the break about the role of those third-party developers and the commercial suppliers of these tools. What are their business models? Are they responsible? Do they align with our values? Is it okay to be using them? These are all questions I think we should be seeking to address. Those are the generic aspects of AI which apply to the entirety of the library and information world and environment. But as library and information professionals working in the particularly politically charged environment of parliaments, in which issues of truth, authority and impartiality are paramount, we have to be particularly aware of the risks of AI in these areas and ensure that we avoid them. And this is where the Interparliamentary Union guidelines, which have been covered by other speakers, are particularly useful. Those guidelines were produced in 2024, and also the accompanying use cases, which Dr. Fitsilis mentioned earlier. They provide practical instances of how AI can be applied in parliamentary work. These include a lot of procedural areas, such as bill drafting and amendments, and translation and transcription, but also areas of interest to the library, including the development of chatbots and user support, automated indexing, classification of documents, and production of summaries and analysis of submissions and evidence. The IPU also pick up on another area where the library has always had an important role. That is training in data and AI literacy. All types of information literacy have always been a core competency for librarians and information professionals, together with user education and training skills. And so it's very encouraging to see the IPU recognising this as an essential part of realising the potential of AI in parliaments along with IFLA itself, identifying it as a key area where librarians can provide leadership within their organisations. And the points that Dr. Vasilis made this morning about the importance of training for parliamentarians in AI, I think is an enormous opportunity for us as librarians and information professionals, as people who have that experience of training users in information literacy and other types of literacy. So I think we are very well placed to perform that role, and something that we should think very carefully about. So how has IFLA-PAL as an international network responded? Well, our first response has been to gather experience from members and share that with the wider community through seminars, webinars and associated publications. We have then moved on to the development of more systematic, targeted guidance and support. And what we've got there is a list of the different AI-related activities that we've undertaken. So just to talk a little bit about each of them. The first occasion was in 2024, when our information coordinator, Lila Theodosi from the Hellenic Parliament, gave a keynote address to the International Conference on Document Analysis and Recognition about the use of OCR and AI tools in parliamentary libraries. This noted a number of examples of digitisation which were relevant, including the project that Dr. Vasilis referenced, digitising the records of the Hellenic Parliament. Similarly, things from the Imperial Diet in Japan, digitisation and use of OCR for microfilms of minister speeches by the Library of the Parliament of Canada, and similar work in the Parliament of Montenegro for plenary verbatim records. Lila identified the potential for combining AI tools with OCR to correct misread words and to create new tools to link similar or related sources. Again, we've seen some of those approaches being put into practice already. Josefa noted the opportunity for that, and Jose as well. Other applications of AI for benefit of library and research services which are identified include indexing and summarising, where the European Parliament's research services uses a tool to automatically add Eurovoc thesaurus descriptions to written content to produce accurate and comprehensive descriptions. These are all very positive examples. However, it was also noted that some of the tools were producing less successful results, particularly a summary tool, which was intended to provide one-page summary of documents, was reported as being less successful, failing to introduce the topic adequately. Similarly, the results of trials by the Mexican Parliamentary Research Service of chatbots concluded that the summaries they produced were inferior to the ones created by human researchers, with it being estimated that the amount of work required to have a summary created by a chatbot and edited by a human was double the time required by a human alone. I think that takes us back to the cost-benefit analysis strategic question that we need to be thinking about. Is it actually, at this point in time, a good use of our limited resources? An important caveat, though, with these negative examples is that these are results from approximately 2 years ago. And as we know, AI is a field which moves extremely fast, with more powerful and effective versions of tools being released all the time. So it's very likely these situations have changed, and the tools that were being used have improved and may very much have improved the results that they were getting. I also know from the experience of my own institution, where the research service has found AI very helpful in producing the first draft of summaries of the briefing papers that they publish, as this is a task authors found particularly difficult to do, or something they were not keen on doing. The conclusion of Lila's talk, however, remains very relevant, namely, whatever tools we have or create, we need to be asking the right questions. We know AI is a set of technologies that is here to stay, and we need to be asking what it is we want to achieve with these tools. how do we use them most effectively? Not rushing into them because it's the latest thing. Also, do we want to be left behind by not embracing them, or do we want to embrace them, experiment, and learn how to use them more effectively? And I think we know from the other speakers today what the answer to that is. We definitely do need to be embracing them. Also in 2024, IFLA-PAL participated in the IFLA 24 Hours of Global IT event. This included a presentation from Dr. Vasilis on the IPU's guidelines for AI in Parliament, but also a panel discussion amongst experts from government and law libraries, as well as parliamentary libraries, on the impact of AI in their respective fields. They talked about how workflows have changed, what the needs and attitudes of users are, and how do our librarians and archivists react to, in arenas where accuracy of information and service delivery times are of the utmost importance. Then in October 24 was a very busy year for us in terms of AI. We were able to build on these themes during the round table that was held on the second day of the IFLA-PAL conference that was held here in the Senate in Madrid. A fantastic experience for which I'd like to thank you once again, Josefa. There were 5 presentations, an overview of the use of AI in parliamentary libraries and research services from Ghana, and then a very interesting description of a project from Canada, the Library of Parliament in Canada, to test different generative AI tools on a range of tasks: referencing and writing assistance, image creation, media monitoring, and data visualization and analysis. This found that while there were varying levels of success with different tools in all 4 areas, there were significant drawbacks or issues with most of the tools used for reference or writing assistance, image generation, and media monitoring, with most of the reference or writing tools not being able to provide real-time references or pinpoint sources. Image tools struggled with subtleties in prompts and had problems with particular types of subjects, such as texts or clocks, for example. The most successful area, however, was with data visualization and analysis, where ChatGPT provided a significant productivity boost when using code-based tools such as R or Python, suggesting lines of code and making code-based tools more accessible to users with less experience of coding. It was also reported to be good at describing trends in databases, finding outliers and errors, and suggesting methods for visualizing specific data sets. So again, some of these have been covered by other speakers, but it shows the point that was made by a previous speaker about 80% of code being written by AI now, just emphasizes that point about coding is a really important use of AI. The other presentations covered the IPU guidelines again, relationship between AI and misinformation, and how AI is transforming transparency in parliaments through automating processes and publishing on open data, again from fantastic presentations from colleagues here in Spain, illustrated with examples from a range of parliaments. We continue to focus on AI. We've continued that focus. We know it's a really important, an area of real importance and interest for all of our members. And we continued that in the conference the following year. Interestingly, we also undertook a survey of our members who had registered to attend, and this showed a widespread of skill level with AI literacy. Nearly 20% of people rating themselves as having only a very low level of skill, 25% somewhat higher, and the majority, 40%, rating themselves as somewhere in between, a midpoint between knowing nothing and being experts. We also identified the tools that respondents have been using. 70% ChatGPT, 34% Microsoft Copilot, 29% Gemini, 16% Claude, and 5% DeepSeek. That was interesting. Those large commercial tools are the ones that people have most familiarity with. And at this point, just 8 or 9 months ago, only 29% of our membership had an institutional AI policy. The key thing, though, that we wanted from the survey was an idea of what aspects of AI attendees were interested, and so it was to inform the focus of the workshops that we were planning. So analysis and writing skills, building search queries, web scraping, and prompt and dialogue engineering were the ones that people identified. And we picked up those points in the half-day workshop that we held on the second day of the conference. We had, again, a marvellous series of presentations, and it was followed up by 2 hands-on workshops where our attendees had the opportunity to directly practice some of the techniques that had been discussed earlier. There was a workshop on web scraping, where AI tools are used to automatically extract, structure, and interpret data from websites. And then also multi-layered prompt engineering, focusing on a different range of scenarios covering cross-language legislative analysis, structured monitoring, and bibliographic query design. The feedback from these sessions was very positive and has been instrumental in shaping the group's priorities for our action plan for 2025 to 27. We know how valuable colleagues found the practical focus sessions, and so now we have a dedicated action in our plan to offer a series of online workshops to build AI literacy and provide training for the community in the practical applications of AI in our libraries and research services. We aim to hold 4 such webinars between now and August 2027. The first one is tentatively scheduled for April and will involve the Library of the National Assembly in Quebec, in Canada, sharing an approach they have developed to strategically monitor AI tools and applications which they have identified as being useful in our context. This will outline a methodology for identifying, assessing, and disseminating developments, enabling institutions to prioritize learning and adoption on the basis of evidence, relevance, and operational need. In addition to sharing experience and knowledge through conferences, providing training, workshops and webinars, the final way in which we support the international parliamentary library community is by capturing best practice, which we do in the form of the guidelines for parliamentary libraries and research services, which we publish jointly with the IPU. This was first produced in 1993 and has been through 2 substantial revisions and updates since then. We are now working on a 4th edition, and not surprisingly, we are planning a chapter on AI, which will pull together everything we have learned over the past 3 years. So please do watch this space. So, in conclusion, reflecting on the things IFLA PAL has done in relation to AI over what is a very short time, what can we say are the main applications to library archives and documentation centres in Parliament? Well, here is an indicative list, and I think previous speakers have already talked in much more depth about examples of all of these things. Automated description, metadata generation, OCR and handwritten text recognition, entity recognition, linked data creation, digitization, workflow, automation, and so on. It's not a definitive list by any means, and there are lots of other things which I'm sure we haven't thought of. And that is what we see as but it's a start, and that is what we see as our role in IFLA PAL, providing a starting point for collaboration and mutual support for these key challenges that we face within our professional community. But where it ends up is up to you. We provide a framework where colleagues can share experience and knowledge and work together to develop guidance and best practice, but for that to be successful, it relies on your input. So I'm very much looking forward to more of you getting involved with IFLA PAL, with more opportunities like this to discuss and raise issues and questions. And I hope that you will find our toolkit of resources that we've produced useful. But thank you very much again for the invitation to participate today. It's been a great pleasure to meet some of you already. I hope to meet more of you over lunch and later on. And I look forward to the discussions later. Thank you very much.
you're so kind. Pleased to have shared your company today with us. Thank you very much, Martin. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Thank you all. And now, be patient for the Q&A session in the afternoon. Otherwise, we wouldn't have time for everything we have prepared to be shared this morning. So now, Elena Sangil and Tele Nicolas will come up on the stage to talk about the activities of Red Parlamenta Network, and then Ángela Pérez and Sandra Rodriguez will be ready to discuss the progress and everything that has been prepared for our parliamentary archives using this new technology. Okay, good morning to everybody. It's actually impressive to share a presentation, but this plenary sessions hall is really impressive. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to be part of this first day on documentation and AI and parliamentary documentation. And I would like to thank precisely Josefa for her support. It's a pleasure for my colleague and for myself to be able to share this brief moment with you. We have scheduled half an hour, but we will take only 15 minutes, because if AI can do that, we can do that too. So let's get directly to the point. It is impressive to speak here because we are going to present you with the job of a work group that has been created only 3 months ago. Most of you were here when the AI work group was set up 3 months ago. But it's very interesting for us to present you with our goals and to show you where we are heading, so that you know us. Or if you have questions, similar questions to ask, please contact us. We are more than ready to collaborate, because we are paving the way for new things, and we are really thrilled about that. The title of our presentation perfectly fits the feeling of the work group. It's the first phase. We are looking for the appropriate questions. So getting the appropriate question is something mentioned by the previous speakers. This has been the motto of our job for the last 3 months. What are the questions we might ask ourselves? What is our contribution within Parlamenta Network to be useful and to carry out process incorporating AI systems within library and information parliamentary divisions? So the goal was to give you a context and explain you the first steps that we've taken. Parlamenta Network, I'm not going to explain you what it is because you know it, but we knew that there were some people joining us online. Briefly, I'm going to say that there's a collaboration network of all the libraries and information divisions of parliaments in Spain that share information. It's a collaborative space. It was divided into different work groups, among which the AI group has been the most recent to have been created. So, we are going to explain you what is the group, who makes up the group, goals, plan, tasks, and the methodology followed. As I said, the AI work group was officially created on November 24th, 2025, after the unanimous agreement of the 15th Assembly of Parlamento Network Administrators that was held in Palma de Mallorca, October 23rd, 24th that year. And many participants here were there. The creation of the group process originates in the fact that a debate was created during the assembly. There was a concern by most members of the network, so a discussion group was created, a debate group was created, based on the analysis of a survey on the use of AI in the different library services in parliaments. We didn't have the survey because it was said before that everything moves fast, but the results of that survey are meaningless now. So different blocks were created, so probably many blocks of questions were created, and we should see in the future how this has been evolved to see the current state of the situation. The survey was divided into 4 blocks. First of all, what do you know about AI? What is the role at the time of AI in each library and document service of parliaments? The third block of questions, the third block is the concerns that exist, and then fourth, the future. Nothing different from what has been said this morning. The results, just to sum up, and the survey was done between the end of the summer and September, October of 2025. As to knowledge, one of the conclusions was that people were really curious about that experiments were made in different services, but from mainly a personal point of view, not a professional point of view, because most parliaments didn't have a framework giving this a legal framework, so that was intimidating actually. So I didn't training needs were identified, tools were identified as well, and more collaboration was requested. As to the role at that time of AI, many regional parliaments had already subscribed to the different legal publishing houses, AI systems, and the results were not positive. The result was 1.8 of 4, and it was only mainly used for queries. Many of the concerns was privacy, accuracy, and quality of data. And the uses imagined for the future, opportunities were identified, and it was also identified the need of creating a specific group to filter, adapt, and use content and make dissemination of information easier. And as you can see now, currently, the group is made by, as you can see, it's the Assembly of Extremadura, the Principality of Asturias, Catalonia, Galicia, the Basque Country, and the Balearic Islands are part of the group. But we would like the group to be bigger because the scope of this requires more people to be part of it. So the group was set up. The first meetings were to define the scope and the goals. The first goal was to carry out a follow-up of activities of other group works and observatories related to AIs in libraries and documentation services. So take a look at what other fields were doing. For example, AI review group or the Senate or the National Assembly, etc. Not only at the level of working groups, but also at the level of academic and bibliographic research, and also the norms, the standards. The second goal was to detect, analyze, evaluate, and disseminate resources and trends applicable to parliaments, politicians and the administration in a proactive way. So we are content curators, and this is what we understand our job. So the group is going to focus on tools and practical applications for the day-to-day work of libraries and document services, but we thought if other resources are found in a proactive way, they should be disseminated. Identify procedures in libraries and document parliamentary department that prone to use AI, but always focused on the practical part, to incorporate them, to evaluate them, and then my colleague is going to explain you further about the methodology. Identifying new tools for the use of AI. Every week we can find news. So in the Balearic Island, we can come up with users guides, but things move fast. So these tools should be dynamic tools, and also create a collaborative guide of good practices for library and documentary services in parliaments.
All this is based on different premises. All these objectives are based on some premises, not repeating from what about the others do. I was noting not reinventing the wheel, as someone said it. Let's not reinvent the wheel. If there's a database with prompts that works perfectly that are doing in REMI, why not reuse it, use it, and not generating the same knowledge, but adapting it, assessing it, and those practices that are susceptible to facilitate our daily work, to include them to our guide. The next premise is to start from a practical and small size approach. We cannot think about, as with the National Library, they're so big. We have to think about use cases that are very specific. Prepare a document dossier, and not always AI will be the most optimized tool to do it. There might be other processes of automation that are as efficient, and we not just stick to AI. So starting from that practical stance, small scale, and sharing results to optimize efforts, sharing results inside the network, but also outwards, so that other services from other places or other libraries that may have similar problems may use them. So we have a modest approach, very modest. We don't aim at covering the exhaustive analysis of the regulation, use policies, or the questions that have been covered today related to ethics, or the theory of AI, what is AI, what AI is not, but focusing on specific cases and offering a cross-sectional approach of those systems that affect this. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Celay so she can further develop. Hello. Good morning. I have to explain So first of all, I want to thank the Senate for the invitation. It's been for the time being very interesting, and I've learned quite a great deal. And following Elena's intervention, I have to explain which is going to be the work that we're going to do this year, how we have organized it, and the methodology that we use, and then major questions that from Red Parlamenta we have with this challenge. Planning. 3 phases. The first one finishes in April, which is the document gathering. We're gathering norms, regulation, doctrine articles. And I want to refer to work done by Miguel Ángel Gonzalo and Rafa Rubio on AI. Well, that's so complete. And we're trying to compile all that information that may be used later on to make some analysis that are more exhaustive. And the second phase starts in May, ends in October, and during that second phase, we want just to work on that report that will be presented in the Red Parlamenta Administrators Network, which will take place, in 2026. So we are at the prospection phase, where we're thinking about what is it that we need to analyze, what are we finding, and what does that entail for parliaments? How can we bring that to our realities? And it's a virtual space. We meet monthly, but during that month, what we do is we feed an Excel spreadsheet, including all those publications and documents we consider as references or reference. After the meeting, where we're organized into subgroups, and we do the work to contrast and different approaches that different parliament sections can do, from pro-linguism and other perspectives that if we don't do it, nobody will do them. And we continue to be practical. It's a collaboration network focusing on being practical and small scale, as Elena was saying, with a cross-sectional approach. And we have thought about gathering the information from 5 scopes. First, governance, strategies, and policies of AI in parliaments. We already have the guide of the Senate. That would be the first approach. Then the second sphere, where we want to know, is the uses and usefulness, and to better know how it works. Then we want to have the legal analysis done in order to analyze the aspects that we need to have in mind to precisely have a responsible use of AI, from that ethical approach, sustainability, etc., etc. Then another topic that concerns us is training. That's why we're gathering the training resources. And finally, active groups that are working in this matter, so we can continue to follow their websites and the training they might provide. So we are in the section of governance now. We're compiling these institutional strategies, the use policies, governance frameworks, implementation experiences in public administrations, risk management models. And this is from the documents that we have already compiled. This is what the topics that we see will be analyzed later on. As for uses and usefulness and utilities, this is more exhaustively, but in the document compiled in that Excel, we've got practical cases in university, in college libraries, in legal and parliamentary legals, experiences with generative models, automation of cataloging, automatic summary systems, advanced semantic queries, semantic enriching, automatic indexing, recommenders, user service, and we will try to do a map, which is for sure done, to disseminate it in parliamentary libraries. The legal analysis is looking for getting to deeply know what's the regulatory framework from the European Council, the European Council resolutions, and strategic documents, doctrine analysis, white books. And we see that takes us to deepen into risks on fundamental rights, sustainability, employment, institutional governance principles and ethical recommendations, transparency and explanation of the use, responsibility regime, integration in the parliamentary functions. And the major question here in the legal analysis is, how do we articulate this European framework of regulation of AI in the in our parliaments, and what are the obligations that are established for institutions, for parliaments, because we want to be responsible and ethics. And as for training, we're aware that we need to provide with minimum training on AI, especially for the library and the parliamentary documentary staff. José Luis' intervention was interesting when he says we're the ones transmitting that raw material, so that we can have a future AI, and we have to know we must have that training. And we're looking for initiatives in those scopes amongst institutions, from universities, public institutions, professional networks, or European entities, and librarian associations. But also, we see there are two approaches. We've got the practical skills focused on specific tools, like the ones we need to use, but there's institutional criteria that we need to preserve, which is the training has to allow us to be aware of that use, ethical use, and which are the limits of governance and regulation. So we need to be aware to be where we need to be. So these are the groups that we're compiling. And finally, I will finish by saying that the queries, which are the questions we've got in the table, we're thinking about, are we ready to meet the requirements of European framework for AI? Right now, it's a rhetoric response because we cannot reply. But if we believe that we can, and we are willing to meet by and abide by, and we have to set the path to get there. How do we guarantee transparency, human supervision, sustainability, which is not there? Where lies the responsibility when we use automated support systems? We know that the guidelines of the Senate are establishing a line that we have to accept. We have to establish which are the spheres where these will be used, and when used, which will be the tools. So it's the Parliament who has to tell us in a working field to use one or another, and depending on that, to be able to continue. And organization-wise, it's necessary to think about internal governance systems and how can we learn in a collaborative way. Professionally speaking, what are those skills that the document staff requires for how do we ensure enough literacy and continuous training, and how do we train in tools or in institutional criteria and technically and operationally, what are the document processes that are really susceptible to improve with AI? And we need to establish priorities. It's already been established clearly. What's the added value that these tools provide versus their economic and organization costs? Because how much time and resources must we provide to get the results? And how do we integrate AI without losing the expert control nor document quality? Because we're craftsmen of document, we're craftsmen of bibliographies, and in our country, craftsmen are highly respected, and we believe that we need to continue to respect them and feed the new knowledge with that craftsmanship. And a final question that suggests that took place in Palma's assembly, which is Red Parlamenta has got a repository which is very rich, and commercial AIs do not facilitate this because AIs are thought for some legal offices, and we need a different kind of materials, parliamentary regulation, doctrine on plurilingualism, plurinationality, other elements that we may see of interest, which in conventional AIs this is not facilitated. So, if possible, we should introduce a search engine that from the Senate they could help us in how to introduce a search engine feeding that diverse AI, that plural AI, because pluralism is going to provide with neutrality. And from that approach, we think we can contribute, and we're willing to think and to work to get to those goals. And with that, thank you to the Senate for this opportunity, and we will continue collaborating and eager to continue going deeper in this topic. Thank you very much.
Pues así es, así es.
Oh, that's right. And you have landed that into what happens in the assemblies when the chambers have common points, and that specific analysis is needed on the reality of those surveys. Which takes us to the starting point of this afternoon's debate with all kinds of questions to say, well, from what we've heard this morning, with your sentence of pluralism and neutrality, that perfectly fits with what Fotis Fitsili said. He said that, well, culture, language, the fact that it's an AI, that it's a generative AI from data sets that are far from our realities or closer to others. Well, up to what extent can that provide results that are the ones we are looking for, that are balanced, neutral, close to what happens to us and what citizens may expect? So, the debate and those questions are open to analyze, to see how we can cover. So the morning has been highly productive. So I really thank you for your effort to do the analysis and summarize that working group, which is young but really active, and it really contributes with that bunch of flowers that it will provide, it will create our bouquet. And we have the last two presentations of the morning, from the Congress of the Deputies and the Senate, Ángela Pérez and Francesc Rodríguez. They're going to explain the projects they have and what they expect, and they will be part of the dialogue of this afternoon, where we will try to cover all the questions that have been left open and that we have been establishing today and in other sessions. So thank you. And now we switch speakers. Thank you.
Aquí tenemos. ¿Quién empieza? Ángela, ¿quién empieza? Os doy la palabra. Supongo que tenéis una...
I shall give you the floor. I guess you have a short presentation, both of you. So in principle, the presentation that we will see first will give you the floor. So Sandra's first.
Sandra, sí, como más general, ¿no? El normativo, eso, y luego ya. Sí, cambia, por favor. Bueno, gracias al Senado por acogernos en estas jornadas.
Microphone, please. Thank you to the Senate. Thank you, Pepa. Thank you to all the attendees. I'm very happy to see my colleagues and friends that have come and that are following us remote. Well, as my colleague from the National Library, I would like to start by giving a definition of what I understand AI is applied to files. Basically, is the use of AI tools to manage, organize, recover, and analyze information preserved. Because I think that in the files, AI can be applied from every phase: the creation of the document, the transfer of the document, the assessment, the classification, the description, the preservation, and the dissemination, as we will see later on. So I wanted to make a short introduction to the regulation. Many colleagues have talked about the norms that are being applied and the regulation approved more and more quickly in our country. As a starting point, let me stress that the colleagues of the Documents Department in the Congress have drafted in 2024 a documentary note in the website that is being expanded as they add new regulation, which was the starting point for me, my job, my work here. And if my colleagues that are here, they want to contribute, the department is here. Well, it's been my starting point, this documentary note, to frame international regulation in our country, including what they're doing, and that we will put in the website with the guidelines that were done by the Senate at state level, regional level, local level, the different summits in India, Paris. So it's a document that really can be useful for everyone. It's true that, as the previous speaker said, I don't want to go over it, but it is important basis on the international context for AI, which is what they were saying. The foundation, UIP use cases, as Manuel Pereira and UNESCO. So these are documents that are basic to start. But it's true that I was surprised that nobody spoke about this. I've introduced it because it's quite recently applied. This is the first instruction on the use of AI in the jurisdictional activity. I don't know if this is related to the fact that I've studied law, maybe, apart from bibliothecary. That's why I've got that bias, and that's why I think about introducing this legal framework. And I said because it's important. It's the first instruction in Spain, recently approved. And as a summary, without going into detail, it really gathers what I understand can be used for files of parliaments. This instruction says that other permitted uses in the search of legal information that's allowed to use AI, the analysis that can be done, structuring data, schemes, working summaries, drafts, validated personally, and that's used to support organization work. And they clearly state the forbidden uses. In no case, this can substitute legal decisions, judicial decisions, to have the automation of validation of proofs and evidence. The content must be critically validated. It's not allowed to predict behaviors. So when taken legal decisions, they cannot use AI to predict behaviors. So they will have to analyze case by case. And they won't be able to use non-authorized systems. They can be used for summaries, ChatGPT, etc., but if it's a transcendent activity, they will have to be systems authorized by the general powers of the General Council of the Legal Power. Because if we use that instruction to the archives, the principles they use are valid for me fully for the use of intelligence and archives. And I will explain a position with the Congress how I believe that from parliamentary archives we need to be careful with the kind of documents we have. But in general terms, in archives, it is fundamental to follow these principles that have already been explained. So I won't go into detail, but always human control with supervision, not substituting professionals, responsibility in the decision-taking, independence in use, so you're having professional criteria and unconditioned, preserving fundamental rights, confidentiality, the security of information, avoiding biases. Manuel also said it, because you're feeding something with human people. We all have our biases, so if you feed with bias, it will be biased. So that is also very important. Proportionality, data protection, which also related with transparency, and training. I'm starting with the first step in AI. There are colleagues that have been here for longer, and it is fundamental for us to be able to have a training on that. Once having explained this, one of the objectives I have for this presentation is to explain what is it that we're doing in the National Archives Council. I am the second vice president of the international section of the International Council of Archives. In Barcelona recently, in September, we went to a meeting with many colleagues where from the International Council of this section, we provided results of questionnaires that were sent to the different parliaments in the world with participation of different countries such as Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Luxembourg, European Parliament, Burkina Faso, many countries. And with regards to those questions that were raised in the questionnaire, let me read a few of them, though you might remember them if you work in parliaments. But do you use AI in your unit? Do you use it in your parliament? What are the most used tools? Which is the training provided? Very little medium advanced training was provided, and some others related to more useful aspects. How can AI be useful for your parliament? And different assessments on the advantages and inconvenience. This work was presented in Barcelona, and in order to give you some information, most of the people who replied say that they use AI in the day-to-day job since long, ChatGPT and many other, but like Gemini, but people use it on the day-to-day for the routine tasks, but 75% said that they had a basic training or knowledge on that AI tools. What are the risks identified on the results of the surveys? Errors, biases, not meeting or infringement of copyright, ethical doubts, lack of cybersecurity, dependent on machines. And which were the tools used by the different parliaments in the different document units inside the parliaments? Well, the ones you see, you know them: ChatGPT, DeepL, Canva, CapCut, Copilot, Gemini. So to create videos, presentations, or information to provide responses to questions and the concerns you see to the right, the ones that have been already been expressed today. This as far as the International Council of Archives, for parliamentary archives and documents. If we go to Spain more specifically, I'd like to make two references. Some of our colleagues have, Irene is here, she's in the parliament, but she's really aware of it. Obinar, it's the Artificial Intelligence Observatory for Archives. This was presented in Barcelona in October. And a series of documents with these have been approved with this observatory, with guidelines and policies that have been followed to manage documents, the conceptual model, and taxonomy. So, as it couldn't be otherwise, in these otherwise there are state, regional, and local archivers. The parliamentarian ones could not be left aside. There's a colleague who is following that, and she's a dear friend, Paloma Vaquero, and she is in this observatory as part of the parliamentary archivers, and among the working lines that have been carried out, which is the regulation, archive processes in training and skills, and institutional relation and cooperation, and Paloma is in the second line, archivistic processes. I cannot give you the detail of what is being done, but I want you to know that this observatory exists, and we are already their parliamentary archivists.
Also, and in Spain and in the Spanish group, the SPP, and it's represented here, of course, we have a working group on artificial intelligence. In this work group that was created in November 2025, and this colleague, Paloma Vaquero, is part of this group. Eugenia is also, Javier from the Principality of Asturias is also part of the group, and I think they will be part of the roundtable, and Laura from the Parliament of Catalonia, because they will explain later what they do in their parliament in terms of artificial intelligence. But very briefly, let me tell you that. And this is something new. This is sort of a scoop, and Jaime, you will be part of this group, Jaime. That's a scoop. Let me tell you that we have had many different meetings. So where are we at the work group on artificial intelligence? So we are trying to explain the ideas we have, where we want to get at. We prepared a bibliography with articles of the director, who is also present here, people who have been working with artificial intelligence for long, so that we can learn from each other. But Laura and the Catalonian Parliament, she is connected online. They have been working with the University of Barcelona for, as mentioned before, to have descriptors assisted by AI for parliamentary initiatives to describe these initiatives and so forth. And we are starting, and we are at the early stages of this group. Meetings have been held. The Principality of Asturias will be the host of the annual meeting this year. So the goal is to come up with a bibliography and explain each parliament where we want to get at. And lastly, and to conclude, we would like to focus on the archive of the Congress of the Assembly, the National Assembly. I'm sorry, Congreso de los Diputados in Spanish. And sorry for speaking that fast as the speaker. So I've explained you the regulation, and then Albinar and the Spanish group. And let me tell you to conclude where we are at now. The archive I'm the head of now. Where is the starting point? In 1808, the first general courts were called. In 1810 is when the first deliberations in León, and this is when they started with the journal. So this is the beginning historically, so that you know where the starting point. The archive of the Congress has a close stock with books that were funded, etc., and documents from the 12th century are there. Even if the starting point is Cadiz in the 19th century, we have some part of the stocks dating back to old times, and then some the open stocks, the parliamentary stock and the administrative documentation. So before talking about AI, you need to understand what kind of stocks. We have files, laws, electoral documentation, constitutions, the Constitutional Court, etc. I know I speak fast, says the speaker again, but I would like to focus on something. Now, I think parliamentary archives must bear in mind some aspects. And I'm not saying these aspects are not important for other kind of archives, but for parliamentary archives, this is important due to AI. First of all, high public exposure. Transparency and accountability is obligatory. For Parliament's archives, this is ongoing and daily. the kind of document we have. There's a hybrid documentation, so we have administrative documentation, parliamentary, and historical. So we need to see what the characteristics of the documents are. The strong artificial dimension. And 19th century minute is not the same as an audio. So access, complexity. We have different levels, different tiers of sessions. We have secrecy, we have official commissions, we have things that are secret. And then immediateness. So the need to be immediate because there are urgent queries and AI is going fast, and I don't remember who said this, that AI is going fast because decisions are made in the world that affect the country, the archives, and parliamentary archives, of course. What is the current situation of the Congreso? So, I am very clear, concrete, concise, and straightforward. The archive at the National Assembly doesn't have an operational system, which does not mean at all that there's a lack of involvement. I have an active observation position. I am trying to be trained. I'm part of different groups. We are where we have to be, but we are very prudent, and we are in line with what the previous speakers also said. Very briefly, two success stories. So I have two important references. The European Parliament, and my colleagues talked about that, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. But this allows us to have an analysis of millions of documents, and my colleagues working at the European Parliament archives that are connected, so that help us to analyze millions of documents, and citizens can have access to this in a faster, more efficient way. Second case, the Caminar project from Chile, and my colleague mentioned this. So my colleagues and I were to Chile in November, if I'm not mistaken, and Chile is moving forward a great deal with artificial intelligence. So this country is really advanced, and Archibot, based on Archibot, were inspired by the European Parliament. So why is this Parliament moving forward? Because after the pandemic, as many other places, they saw the need to work in a more digitalized way, which made them to be a success story, because AI was really promoted. The project has 4 phases: legislative, administrative, transparency, and MPs. So they have been really making progress on legislative initiatives and the semantic parts. They use AI for their internal management, and the internal management for the administration and administrative tasks. And they have also very transparent towards citizens, because they respond easily and quickly to all the queries of the citizens. For example, what are the new norms approved at the Chilean Parliament? And this is done with people behind that go through the different content, update the contents, they profile the content to avoid bias, to avoid everything the most accurately as possible, accurate as possible, and then the last section for MPs so that they can see the agenda for the day, etc. So when we visited them in November, they had 40,000 historical documents that had been supervised. So this Parliament is not big, but it's not small either, so it's average size. And they already had 40,000 historical documents under supervision, human supervision. So this is one of the most advanced parliaments. Where do I think the National Assembly archive can use AI for labeling topics, data, authors, the transcriptorium program, and that was now presented in Barcelona, to look for manuscripts. researchers, when they come to the archive and they want to make a consultation of a 19th century minute, it's handwritten, so we need to try to use AI. Semantic searches for concepts, supporting research, things we are already using, but for our day-to-day job. Create summaries, timelines to detect duplication, and it could be used for digital preservation as well. So use predictive algorithms whenever documents are being degraded, an alert should go off. So bots to answer frequent questions. For example, the query, how many constitutions exist in Spain? This is a kind of query that is very frequent. So historical analysis and also for anonymization of sensible data. This could be used to that. Benefits and limits being realistic. As said before, reduction of times, better user uses, supported transparency. Limitations. If there is no classification framework or thesaurus, AI will never invent anything. If archives are not well organized, they will be useless. If there are incomplete or biased data, results are going to be biased as well. How difficult it is to justify decisions for third parties. So if there is an MP or an official using AI badly, and it's being used for something minor, and they are using sensible documents to do that, the AI is using. Just to conclude, and being ethical, of course, AI is not at all a threat, in my opinion. It's something we will have to use, whether we like it or not. It requires governance. If it is well used, access will be improved, transparency will be reinforced, and our archivist's job will be valued better. If it is ill-used, institutional trust will be eroded, legal safety will be compromised. What do I mean by that? In my opinion, and just to conclude, AI will never replace archivist acknowledgement. It expanded. Our responsibility as archivists and documentalists is to guide this transformation, being always professionally rigorous, with an ethic, with a code of ethic, and with a democratic commitment. That's all I wanted to say.
Toda esta perspectiva también.
So, all the international perspective, all the regional perspective and point of view. So this morning we are going through the complete status quo of this new tool that emerges. As you can see, we're not stopped. We belong to networks, which is a very important starting point, in my opinion, because our collaborative job and the possibilities of collaboration requires a first step, meaning a network with the bylaws, with a flowing line of action. So exchanging results and best practice means pure parliamentarianism, and that's something, an obligation we have to do. And we need to use these networks that exist at all levels. So we have some references in our parliament. They were mentioning the European Parliament or the case of Chile. So there are publications, and accessing these publications are very important. And we cannot say that this new technology, which is disruptive, make us to be, paused, not knowing what's next. So if we're really concerned, we can get the hardcore of the issue as published in articles and papers. But now that we are talking about the most recent issues, as our colleague Sandra mentioned, this new instruction of the General Council of the Judiciary and the practical guide for reflexive use and analysis of AI in public and community library that's published by IBER Library. In Latin America, we speak the same language, and we can continue working in collaboration with them. So, as you can see, we are not there waiting our arms crossed for things to be happening. As Manuel Pereira, things change on a daily basis, and new things arise and emerge, and of course, things that might really helpful. So, we continue now with the Archive of the Senate, Ángela Pérez, head of the Archive of the Senate, will be talking about the reality and perspectives. We have an approved policy for document management since the beginning of the pandemic, which help us to manage parliamentary activities very well. So working from home with files that were electronically created was a reality, a legal reality. The Senate gave a green light as early as the beginning of the pandemic. So we have the head of the document service, Isabel Cuesta, will take the floor later today. So the concern is migrating data and having a new system in the archive. So everything is good to make a step forward to manage AI also within the archive, which will be the natural next step. I'm going to talk about expectations rather than realities, actually. First of all, you can see that
tengo que entender el ratón. Que mi presentación hoy es mucho más moderna.
As you can see, the presentation is very modern because I used an application to make this presentation, Notebook LM, as you can see at the lower part of the slide. Artificial intelligence that affects the current life and the current world, and including archives. This is not something new. Fortunately, many things have been already said, so my presentation is going to be shorter because I wouldn't like to repeat myself. But however, I wanted to give you an overview. First of all, artificial intelligence archives will be able to use in all the phases of document management. As Sandra mentioned, description, capturing, and the end of process, and the different phases of documents management. So many of the tasks done throughout these phases will be automated or done in a faster way. Second, the lifespan of the document is going to be more active because we will be able to apply documents in their last stages in order, and we are going to apply the Australian theory of continuum record, especially for historical documents, because new value will be enhanced. So auditing and governance of data, so corrections and audit of data is going to be more accurate, given the volumes of documents and files. Sometimes governance is difficult to control. This AI is going to open up new horizons of knowledge. By applying it, new stances will be applied for research, for example, not only for citizens, but also for professionals of archives. And AI is going to favor the preservation of documentary patrimony, because it is going to be done in an automated way, and I say automated because it's smart, but at the end of the day, this means that carrying out this preservation is going to be easier. I, in my opinion, am the last stage in the entire group of people that have been sharing their knowledge with you today this morning. But I am working on a daily basis with information. Archivists or professionals of archives, we all know what the limitations are of our stocks, their improvement and their strength. This is one of the most important criterion to select the corpuses of documented are going to be dealt with to improve them. This allows us to see, after seeing where we want to apply artificial intelligence application, an analysis should be done of the situation of the stock or the collection or the corpus. So we need to make a distinction between old collections or stocks that have to be digitized and electronically generated documents. We also need to bear in mind if personal data are included, if copyrights are included. So a series of criteria that are important to start a project. And also selection. We will have to select the most interesting technology that should be applied in a process we would like to start.
Nuestro contacto con la
Our contact with AI, I don't know if we had contact with AI. It was rather an approach because Manuel was talking about magical wands, and we were not fast to get one of the magical wands. Obviously, we wanted to get one of them, and we insisted oftentimes, and Josefa knows that this very well because she's always supporting us to get one of these magical wands. But the first collection to which we wanted to apply artificial intelligence is the session journal between 1834 and 1923 that had been digitized and at the end of the 1980s. But the problem is that they don't have OCR, and the quality, so we don't have time. There's no, so I could not talk about everything. So digitization is low quality because of the technology that was used at the time and because of the kind of material we used. So we would like to apply OCR, HDR with them. Traditional OCRs were not possible. Then we have a photo collection that were used for applying facial recognition to these pictures. So we have a collection of pictures, and facial recognition is used to identify senators and other important figures. And we are going to use a methodology used by the Parliament of Valladolid. And in my opinion, the most interesting part is that we have a collection of press bulletins that was processed manually, and some tests are done with very good results so that we can digitize them in a faster, more accurate way. We are talking about 75,000 to 100 pieces of news of the Senate since 1984. And the speed of work is astonishing. So we've done this with 25,000 documents already, and in 2 years, in 2 years, and in the near future, this is going to be done quicker. And let me see if you can play the video clip. So that was the other part I wanted to tell to you. So far, we've been talking about good things and possibilities, but truth be told, AI can be applicable to solve and to make difficult tasks easier when working with archives, things that are not done overnight. When we work with thousands of documents, sometimes we never manage to do all the things we want to do. But AI poses a new challenge because AI is not monolithic as an entity. It is a technology that generates a great deal of different classes of documents. I'm old, and I always think of a traditional document, something written, a minute, a report, or a picture, or a video clip, or an audio file. I know all of that, but another kind of documents will be generated by AI, like algorithms or data processes or other kind of documents. So other kinds of documents that should be included in an archive when using AI. The problem is AI doesn't work as an archive system. It is intelligent, but it was not designed for preservation. Probably it was designed for preservation, but it will never tell us. So artificial intelligence is considered by me as an intelligence that is going to be regenerated. I am not very optimistic. In the future, our profession is probably going to disappear. Not only us, but other people, other professions will probably disappear. So there will be an exponential increase of document. And the problem is that this massive amount will be difficult to control. Not all the procedures will work well. Some of them, yes, but the documents that are lagging behind, not included in the system, and that might be important, because sometimes these kind of documents should not be considered as important to be included in an archive, so this document will be missed out. So with Historical Heritage Act and Article 49 says that AI-generated documents are archive documents. In any support, they are archive documents. This is the anatomy of the kind of documents that could be found in AI. AI generate inputs, prompts, instructions. Then there is some outputs, generated documents, data analysis, and recommendations. And there's something in between, sources, training data, algorithms, which make inputs to become outputs. All this is documented with recommendations and general regulations, incorporating finally some metadata of identification and context to understand how the document was generated. So archives get the final document, which is a little bit the output, but we need to bear in mind that we will have to deal with this as well.
It's clear that we have to preserve these documents, IA documents, because as any other document, it is a legal evidence, and the archive of the institution must abide by all the pillars of the document management So it's an archived document. Authenticity, reliability, integrity, accessibility, and traceability. We cannot lose the traceability. And this has got its consequences, just as we were saying before, because if you don't meet these requirements, the document will not be legally valid. And we are seeing cases. I couldn't find the word. The Bosco sentence where the source codes were asked for. I mean, at any time we can be requested to provide those documents, how the algorithms were created, etc., to see the biases they have. In order for a document of AI AI documents must meet the same criteria as other. Capture, conserve, and preserve. They needs to be captured by the system, needs to have security of storage. The metadata must be included and certain privacy. But what I want here is that when determining the AI documents are under the same criteria as assessment criteria as any other document. There will be documents that will have to be preserved and others not. Drafts, for example, they might be eliminated, the first versions. But the important thing is that when a document needs to be preserved, we must preserve its prompts, data source, metadata must be included. It's not just the document, but the metadata, how that document was generated, must also be preserved. And the automatically generated documents must maintain algorithms of creation. They have to state that they have been AI generated and state if they have been verified by human intelligence or not, because we're all say that we will always have human supervision, but I think that once processes become automatic and they're processing millions of data, they will generate resolutions automatically. And if the algorithm has not been correctly done at some moment in time, out of 20 million, we may find a problem. So we have to control that algorithm. And then finally, the other element we have to assess is the systems generating AI that have to be preserved since the beginning. Since you acquire an AI system or you're going to generate it, the acquisition, development, implementation, the configuration and the maintenance and the use policies have to be preserved, and they have to be included in the document management system. And an administrative, legal, and informative assessment must be done to see if those documents of the management system will be preserved long-term or not, as any other document. And that's it. AI will improve the management, preservation, and put into value of the documentary heritage, but with planning. We must have a good planning strategy. We must abide by the norm and rigorous ethics. And that's it. Thank you. So thank you, Angela, for your being so schematic and clear and direct, going to the elements that do really interest us, because she always talks about new things, and we always admire her because our history is built up over documents, even before the history of writing. So our memory is based on the invention of writing things. And since then, there are documents, books, and what we consider documentary heritage. Generally speaking, if a document is a book, a document is what we used to see in paper. A document is a document which is digital, which is born digital and has never been printed. And a document is also the result of a prompt query with AI. So it's all challenges surrounding us. So that encourages us to continue work. And I encourage you to continue to network, because networks will always be useful. And I do really encourage that collaboration, Red Parlamentos Senado, that needs to be reinforced, and that will allow us to improve and advance securely in difficult paths, because for the time being, AI is here to stay, and we must consider it as a friend, a collaborator, because it will facilitate our lives. But for the time being, the path is stony and wobbly, and that concern has been expressed in these conferences that we've been delighted to hear this morning. Because we've talked about many facets of our task, challenges ahead, and I want to thank all the speakers for their contributions, as they have contributed on what we know about AI. So you've all contributed, and I hope that will be the feeling for everyone attending here in presence and also in remote. For this afternoon, we will have we will enjoy after lunch of 1 hour of a debate to raise all the questions that we weren't able to do this morning. Most of the speakers will stay, so I'm sure that those questions will be answered. And any debate, any kind of comments that may have come to your mind, well, I encourage you to take part and explain the proposals, the ideas you may have on the go, because we are all working in Parliament, and we can greatly contribute after such interesting conferences. So thank you, everyone. We're going to have a family picture taken, and we will continue the program. Thank you. Thank you.